Test, test, test.
Hi, I want to get this started. Hi, Dave. I'm going to call the meeting to order at 9:02. Good morning. Welcome to the Elk Grove Unified School District Special Board Meeting. Live streaming and full in-person meetings is available to the public by using the link located on the district website. Today's meeting is being video recorded and will be available on the district's YouTube channel. During special meetings, the public may make comments on items that are on the agenda only. Individuals with comments on general school issues may address those at the next regularly scheduled board meeting. Requests to make public comment will be accepted for an item up until the board president introduces the item. Generally, members of the public will be given 3 minutes to address the board. If there are 15 or more comments on a specific item, the board will reduce individual comment time to 2 minutes each. If there are 30 or more comments on a specific item, the board will reduce individual comments to 1 minute each. Individuals may not defer their time to another individual speaker to increase their total speaking time. Please be mindful that district students are watching, and you are encouraged to address our board and the public in a respectful manner such that all those observing, from children to adults, are made to feel welcome, safe, and valued. The board shall not permit any disturbance or willful interruption of the board meeting, and persistent disruption by an individual or group shall be grounds for the board president to provide a warning and then to terminate the individual's privilege of addressing the board. To start with our land acknowledgement. Vice President, are you available to read? Certainly.
Hello there. Okay. All right, the EGUSD land acknowledgement. We acknowledge that the Elk Grove Unified School District administrative facilities and schools occupy the unceded territory of the Miwok, the original people of the skies, land, and waters where we work and learn. The Miwok have cared for these lands since time immemorial. They continue to teach their traditional knowledge that comes from and responds to the needs of the land and people who share it. May our daily lives and work teaching, learning, leadership, and community engagement support the evolving mission of the Miwok for their community and these lands. May we strive to acknowledge the past for the betterment of our future generations. May we look to our tribal partners, the Wilton Rancheria, the descendants of the original people of this land, to assist with the successful education of our community.
The pledge. I'll have Miss Avey lead us in the Pledge of Allegiance.
Salute and pledge. I pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all.
Thank you. To start with an overview of the day, Mr. Riley, can you provide us an overview, please?
Thank you, Ms. Albiani. Action-packed day today, lots of information for us to consume. One, we're going to have an overview of the 26-27 governor's budget update. So several of us last Tuesday attended the school services event. Many of our staff attended with many of our labor leaders, and it was a very informative day. So Ms. Watkins will give us an overview of the information that we gleaned from that event. Next, we will hear from our Ed Services and Schools Department division and give an overview of reducing exclusionary discipline. Very real and important work, a focus of staff, and so looking forward to a hearty discussion there and overview. And then lastly, but certainly not leastly, the legal update, and Karen Resendiz from Lozano Smith will present an extensive overview of all of the new the new legislative cycle, requirements, new bills, definitely going to impact our compliance, have an impact on our policies and administrative regulations, and also our workflows, and a significant impact on staff. So looking forward to that overview and the contemplation of the impacts. Thank you.
Thank you. So we'll start with the governor's budget update. Ms. Watkins?
Good morning. Get set up here. Good morning, Madam President, trustees, Superintendent Riley, Ms. Avalos, colleagues, and community. As shared, I am presenting on the governor's proposed budget for 2026-27. As always, we orient ourselves with our own financial reporting life cycle, and it's hard to believe we're at the end of January already. So last week, as Superintendent Riley shared, we attended school services summary workshop on the proposal. And so we have, I'm borrowing all of their slides in this presentation other than our life cycle, and we'll walk through them. I know it may be intimidating. There's 70 slides that I'm sharing, but I'm going to try to go them at a pretty high level here. So the overall theme for the governor's budget, the governor is in his last budget that he's presenting as a governor, and so he's focused on all the accomplishments that he's done, the economic resilience, being a global economic competitor in California, pre-K for all students, and affordable housing, but the budget is overshadowed by mounting deficits as it indicates that we are outpacing our expenditures over our revenues, and there are some concerning tactics that we're seeing again that we first saw last year in a budget approach that could impact us in public education. So in a high level, the economics of both the state and the federal budget is that although there's shortfalls, despite our rising revenues, and we have strong, stable economic growth, gross domestic product is up, markets are at highs, inflation is slowing, and all this is helping lead to consumer confidence, like more spending and ongoing consumer spending. There are some concerns regarding the budget's assumptions related to AI, and we'll get into that a little bit later. The governor is assuming high rates of revenue return from artificial intelligence ongoing into future budgets, where the LAO is only assuming that'll last through 26-27. And so as we'll see later on, the budget's balanced for the 26-27 year, but in our out years, we'll see deficits. And we show that tax collections are outperforming what we projected, which is the basis for the higher revenues. But the concerns within the budget is that the governor's not anticipating any recession or accounting for any potential stock market downturns. So what's great about this budget is that the budget prioritizes stability and sustainability over any new programs. We will fully pay the LCFF through this budget with no new initiatives, but there is a $1.9 billion deferral that we've seen in prior years, last year in particular, that's anticipated to be $5.6 billion, what's called a settle up. So we'll look at our statutory COLA to share. Our budget at the first interim included a 3.02% COLA. This budget proposes a 2.41% COLA for next fiscal year. That's roughly a $5 million decrease in LCFF funding for our district. We'll look at the one-time grants that the budget has included and also speak a little bit about what the impact to the budget is on local bargaining. So our biggest area to focus on within the U.S. economy in particular is just uncertainty. That's the highlight of this slide. In the context of the overall economy, the uncertainty related to tariffs, AI stimulus, as I just mentioned previously, and the economic markets around the world. The Federal Reserve cut rates 3 times in 2025 to address inflation, and so the uncertainty is going to be the basis on how the revenue projections show up in our out years. For our California economy, one-time revenue increase from the AI surge, again, the uncertainty related to that showing up in our budget, and having delays in receiving our economic data. Also, we saw lower CPI from reduced impacts in tariff costs, and while there are some litigation at the Supreme Court pending, that could impact tariff rates and impacts on our future revenue. I also want to highlight in the housing market, we're starting to see slows in the level of construction. What that means for us is potentially we could receive less in our school impact fees, and we are dependent on those developer fees to help augment our construction projects. So those are only charged to help pay for school facility and housing, so as the market slows, that could impact us locally. Even with our healthier revenue assumptions in the budget, as I shared initially, there are deficits in the future year, and the difference between the Legislative Analyst Office and the governor's budget is about $7.7 billion in their estimates for revenue in the current year. So if there's a stock market downturn or any other additional uncertainty, their deficits in the out years could be even greater. This I do, before I move on from this slide, I want to indicate that this is indicative of structural issues and overcommitments of funds, that we see these deficits in the out years, and so it's something we want to watch for, because if the revenue does decrease, structural deficit could also increase. So our revenue sources in the state budget are founded in 3 large tax areas. We have personal income tax, corporate tax, and sales tax. And our estimates within the governor's proposed budget for next year exceed what we expected in the enacted budget. So for all 3 budget years, we ground ourselves in prior year, current year, and future year, and so the estimates are expected to increase in all 3 of those periods. This is a total of $42.3 billion higher than what we saw last June. So risks to the state budget, that can only overemphasize the risk to the revenue assumptions, projected deficits in the out years, the volatility from AI in particular, policy making at the federal level related to the tariffs, and increased volatility from inflation. One other area that's a risk to the state budget overall is Medi-Cal costs. There are changes at the federal level related to funding that are impacting us locally that could impact our overall budget. Now, specific to education is the Proposition 98 budget, and that will speak to the minimum guarantee for education. We constitutionally have a calculation that's defined by 3 different tests, and they're a bit complex, but in the current year, we are in what's called a Test 1 environment. It means we get 48 cents on every dollar in revenue that the state receives. That's guaranteed to education. This is where it gets a little more convoluted and complex, and I won't spend a lot of time in all of the numbers, but what I will share is that, and again, overemphasizing the revenue projections in this budget exceed both the enacted budget and LAO's fiscal outlook. And what that means is with any volatility in the revenue and any uncertainty, our minimum guarantee amount could change. So these escalated revenues are driving up the amount of our minimum guarantee. I do want also to call out that a couple of years ago, in 23-24, our Proposition 98 minimum guarantee was suspended by the legislature and the governor. And so what we'll see forthcoming is our foundational base on what we're entitled to in Prop 98 was reduced previously. And so there's risks in the differences in the estimates from LAO and the enacted budget. We are 11 billion more in this budget compared to the enacted budget, and more revenue means more for schools. This is just reinforcing the 7.7 billion more in the governor's budget than LAO's outlook, and this is based on increased personal income tax. I'm going to get into this area called settle up. Now, the budget last year in 24-25 included this concept of settle up, which is not constitutional. We were reduced in our appropriation to the minimum guarantee by 1.9 billion in 24-25. This is the first time we saw settle up in 24-25. It's a wait and see if revenues become available approach to determine what our minimum guarantee is and to hedge the uncertainty in the revenues from income taxes and corporation taxes. So we are constitutionally owed Proposition 98 to support our students. If we defer the funds, it's a risk locally to balance our budget in real time. And our guarantee for last year, for 24-25, will be finalized at our May revision this year in the next couple of months. So we still don't have certainty on what we're obligated to be funded at for 24-25 until this May in 26. So with the withholding a year ago of the 1.9 billion in the Budget Act, that is proposed to be funded in the current budget proposal for 26-27. So this is a bad trend to start. We did it last year. We're seeing it in the current year budget proposal. The Constitution provides a mechanism called maintenance factor. As I referred to in 23-24, the legislature suspended Prop 98 at that time. Within that maintenance factor rules per the Constitution, we can suspend Prop 98, not we, but the governor and the legislature. It takes a vote of 2/3 of the legislature and the governor's signature to suspend the maintenance factor. And why that's important as compared to settle up is that we will be repaid COLA if we use the maintenance factor. It's constitutionally allowed to suspend the guarantee using that factor, and there's a payment schedule for maintenance factor. With a settle up, there is no reinforcement of when we get paid, and we do not get paid COLA. So the 1.9 billion that was deferred from last fiscal year, we will receive this year, but we won't get COLA for it, which means that we're shorted even further of what our minimum guarantee could be. So our minimum guarantee for 25-26, based on the current budget proposal, estimates that roughly, if we were to average it across all students across the state, that would be about $909 per ADA in new money to education. Currently, the budget proposes appropriating significantly less, to the tune of 5.6 billion less as compared to last year's 1.9 billion. By delaying that to future years, that's roughly 81% of our minimum guarantee for the current year that's going to be delayed. Now, the intent is to settle up when the 25-26 Prop 98 guarantee is certified, but that doesn't get certified until 2027 with the May revision. So because of constitutional requirements related to making deposits into the rainy day fund, any required deposit into the rainy day fund triggers the reserve cap, and that local reserve cap is at 10% of our ending fund balance. That gets triggered currently, it's proposed to be triggered in the current year as well as the the budget fiscal year 26-27. What's interesting about triggering a reserve cap mid-year is that the law outlines that it get calculated within the adopted budget and a 45-day revise, both of which have passed. So there would not, we would not need to do anything within our budget in the current year. However, we are already under the 10% cap. So it really is not applicable unless our revenues were to exceed that. Some risks overall to the Prop 98 budget at the statewide level is declining enrollment. The state as a whole and its students is declining. This is in addition to the economic factors that are at risk and within the budget, and the revenue factors that are at risk within the budget. Deficit spending is also a risk locally. Many districts, like ourselves in the current year, are in a deficit spending mode. Also, this Prop 98 settle-up is a risk to us. Some local operational considerations. I want to call out the COLA and how the COLA is outperforming the Consumer Price Index both nationally and locally in California. This over time in the last, 25 years? Showing, 89, yes, 89, showing how the COLA has outperformed both indicators. So even though it may fluctuate year over year as compared to the CPI, steadily over time it is outpaced. So the fun things for us as we get into the weeds of the numbers, we receive a base grant in the current year in 26-27. That base grant is expected to be improved by COLA. What's important to call out is the COLA is applied on the base grant, not our overall funding. So for example, a district in decline could receive a COLA, but could receive less money than the prior year because they might be in declining enrollment. For us, that does not apply because thankfully we continue to grow in our ADA currently and our enrollment. And so our base grant will be improved by the COLA. And then we have grade span adjustments that are applied on top of that after the COLA, both TK through 3 for class size reduction, as well as 9 through 12 to support CTE programming. And then we receive supplemental and concentration grants, and those are factored based on our number of unduplicated students. For those that like numbers, these are the numbers attributable to the COLA calculation. So it's roughly anywhere from $250 to $300 per student ADA for the COLA. The impact of the COLA reduction, as I shared previously, is about $5 million from where we estimated 26-27. Once we have the base grant adjusted and the supplemental and concentration grants, those calculations for supplemental and concentration are assumed at 100% average daily attendance. For us, it's roughly $1,400 for supplemental and $600 for concentration grants. The TK add-on is added only based on current year ADA, not an average of ADA, and that's the value expected for 26-27. Categorical programs are also receiving COLA, and we'll talk about it a little bit later, but what's important to note is the state preschool program is slated to receive COLA next year. If you recall, in the last couple of years, it's been included and then pulled back out or not included for COLA, so that's great for the current, for the upcoming year that be added back in. So part of our local control funding formula is the equity multiplier. The equity multiplier is provided to us based on calculations from CDE that we receive mid-year. It is intended, we'll receive it in 25-26 based off of 24-25 data, and we receive it mid-year in 25-26 after we're already halfway through the year. So we'll find out in February what our current year allocation. This funding is available to districts for evidence-based services and support for students at select school sites based off of CDE, calculated factor of stability. And so for our district in 24-25, we had 4 schools that received support, and we received about $1.57 million. So we'll find out in a few short weeks what the schools are to support for the current year. Another area within the budget, because the Proposition 98 guarantee is exceptionally high with the increased revenues, and there's the volatility related to the settle up. The governor's proposing investing in a lot more one-time investments to meet the Proposition 98 minimum guarantee. One area that we're seeing resurface is the student support and professional development discretionary block grant. We've received it in the current year. There appears to be a round 2 of the block grants, and we're waiting trailer bill language in early February to know if it will be allocated in the same way that the current award is allocated, but it's estimated at about $512 per ADA, according to school services, if it keeps the same methodology as the current award. What that means to us is just shy of $30 million in more one-time funding, and if you focus on the bubbles in the middle of the slide, it's really intended to address and where it will help support our district is in rising costs, offsetting rising costs. The Budget Act also includes a new and final award of the Learning Recovery Emergency Block Grant funding. We kind of anticipated this on the horizon as we went through our budget priority process, so this is already accounted for within the scope of our budgeting. If within the trailer bill that this final investment in, I'll say LREBG, if it aligns with the same previous methodology to make us whole, back in 22, it was established. It was cut in 2023. So if it does make us whole in this final investment, we'll have until June 30th, 28 to use it. The Expanded Learning Opportunities Program, what we see within the budget doesn't directly impact us in the current year. We're in a rate 1 environment, but if you'll note, back in 24-25, that rate 1 environment applied only to districts with an unduplicated pupil percentage over 75%. In 25-26 in the current year, that was reduced to 55%, so that put us in rate 1 stability range. But what's important in the Budget Act is for rate 2 districts that are less than 55%, it guarantees a stable amount moving forward. In prior years, that would fluctuate with whatever was available after rate 1 districts were paid. So this stability is great, and should we ever drop below that 55%, it would create some certainty in the funding rates. Universal meals continue to be fully funded within the governor's budget proposal. This is to support freshly prepared, locally grown meals, at least 2 per day, high quality, and so it's great that the governor's budget still supports this investment. Now this slide, I won't spend way too much time on this, but Prop 28 was approved by voters back in November of 22, provides additional funding for arts and music in schools, and we are coming up on the end of our first award cycle, and so there are some requirements to ensure as these round 1 of funds expire, and that includes annual reporting and certification. So we are aligned to meet all the requirements, and the governor's budget continues to fund this program as it legally obligated to do. We've including some slides on trends statewide, as these are some of the cost pressures within our own budget, but statewide, we are not alone in our special education trends. These all have cost implications. We support our least restrictive environment and inclusive practices, and we are continuing to invest in capacity, inclusive of full-time paras and hiring our own staff and moving away from agency contracts and investing in that recruitment and retention. Our services that we provide are more than just bell to bell and supporting our students with disabilities, and so those it's important to continue to monitor those and throughout the year to ensure we're maintaining our effort. What this budget highlights, and it's a win for all. This is great that special education funding not only receives the COLA this year, but there's a proposal to equalize the base rate, and as well as pour some investments into other funding that supports special education. Currently, our base rate, it is $917.53. We'll see the second bar from the bottom. It would increase it to $999 per funded ADA. This is a significant investment for our own district. It equates to about $5 million on estimate to increase the base rate from $917 to $999. You see back to pre-pandemic, that average rate was about $557 per student, per ADA. This chart, I wanted to articulate that our growth curve is similar with the trends, that expenditures continue to rise. Our students that we support in our districts represent about 15% of our overall students, and so that the trend rate on the per student cost increasing in the last couple of years, we continue to monitor that. So just re-emphasizing this ongoing analysis is critical to ensure reliable projections, and that we will continue to monitor our maintenance of effort throughout the year. So as I just shared, we're a little higher than 15%, so we're right on line with trend. And it's important to monitor the demographic of the students that we're serving so that we can help anticipate the types of support needs. Our early childhood education budget, and just spend a little time here. As I shared, the state preschool program will get COLA in the proposed budget, as it had not received that in prior years. Early in January, the federal government attempted to freeze funding to the state of California. It's been stopped because the state, along with other states, had sued the federal government, and so there's a temporary block on the freeze, but this is an area of uncertainty that we continue to watch actions at federal level. That was all related to the 26-27 budget, but we also, what's important is to look at our multi-year projections in the out years. As Matt Phillips at School Services articulated, budgets are exactly wrong and approximately right. So we used our best information currently to project where we think we're going to be as the budget shapes our planning assumptions. Our largest expenditure within our budget are our people costs and the salaries and benefits of our employees. We have cost pressures for ongoing new LCFF funds, but we continue to monitor our step and column costs as employees move across the salary schedule. The cost of health care rates continue to increase, as do our utility rates. We're monitoring our insurance premiums, cost pressures related to insurance claims that we're monitoring, as well as increases in contracted services. Area to highlight are employment retirement contribution rates. For every $100 that we pay in employee salary, we paid $26.81 projected for our classified employees to CalPERS and $19.10 for our certificated employees to CalSTRS. We do expect in the projections that in the out years we'll start to see some rate reprieve from CalPERS, which is great. As you can see from the trajectory back in 1920, we were just under 20%, and now we're at almost 27%. There's been some changes with STRS can now set their own rates. It had been held, and for a long time statutorily held at 19.1. They have a max, I believe, of 20.25 that they can increase to. They are expecting to maintain at the 19.1%. This chart just articulates the impacts of the multi-year projections of our revenues over our expenditures with what we expect in base growth as compared to our costs for inflation, step and column. The unknown called out is our contribution to special education, our insurance liability. As we monitor those over time, we make some assumptions on how those will look in the out years. For those that like numbers, these are the related percentages and dollar values of the different amounts that we include in our multi-year projection. As you'll see, the CPI rate is decreasing in the out years, but as we said, the COLA and our planning COLA is exceeding that for the same term. So local reserves, on average, across all districts have been declining. We see that with our own as well as our peer districts. This is a result of loss of significant one-time dollars, and we're getting into a new norm. This is only in part exacerbated on the statewide level by declining enrollment, but for the most part, it's the loss of significant investment of one-time resources. I'm going to call this slide out, attendance recovery. We have implemented this program. It sounds like not all districts have chosen to implement and take advantage of this opportunity, but we continue to leverage, we're leveraging this program in the current year to recover attendance. We can leverage our Expanded Learning Opportunity Program to help support the funding to run an attendance recovery program. And we are doing that. I wanted to highlight something you may hear about. There are some proposals moving through the legislature about moving our funding model from an attendance-based to an enrollment-based funding model. The Legislative Analyst's Office has done some evaluation of that. That would require an increase of 7.24% in LCFF funding to support that. There's some unintended consequences also of moving to an enrollment-based funding, and that is that many of our other programs that we receive funding for are foundationally based off of attendance. So there's additional costs to moving that program. And so the estimate from LAO is that it would be $6 billion additional to implement an enrollment-based funding model. I think there's currently, as far as the number of states that use an attendance-based model, I think we're one of 5. But that is something being discussed. Our student enrollment as a state is declining. We, fortunately, are not in that position, but that is expected on a statewide basis over the next 10 years to continue to decline. We are the top county with increasing enrollment, but you see the last county on the slide is LA County, and they represent about 10% of the state's population of students, so that's leading to the overall state decline. So how is the budget fit in and important with collective bargaining? We want to foundational ground ourselves that we're working to help improve the working conditions and salaries of our employees. So being competitive is important so that we can recruit and retain, but that's a balance because there's other pressures with respect to retirement and rising healthcare costs. So one of the areas that's new and on the forefront of discussion is AI, so more to come in that area as we work with our bargaining partners. You may also hear in the news the We Can't Wait campaign. We are not a part of this initiative, but some of our neighboring districts, there had been in the news the last couple of weeks potential discussions of strikes and pressure in their bargaining landscape. And again, thankfully, we are not in a part of that to be impacted, and we have, I don't want to say harmonious working conditions, but it adds an additional level to the working relationship and the dynamic in the district. So there's a lot of, you'll hear potential risk of strike. Again, we are not in that situation. As we are in bargaining, there are a lot of things to consider besides compensation discussions and the impacts on multi-year, the non-salary costs, as I shared, that are increasing and providing pressure on the budget with respect to health benefits and pensions. I want to also highlight there's a couple of tax initiatives potentially on the ballot coming up in November, and that this is important to call out because our Proposition 98 funding is heavily dependent on these tax extensions that tax our highest wage earners, an additional revenue amount to support funding of education, or the Education Protection Act. So this, Education Protection Account. This account, as you can see by the light blue bar, provides that much additional revenue to support funding our minimum guarantee along with the tax base, the sales, corporation, and personal income taxes. Changes in district staff and student enrollment over the last 5 years. We've seen an increase on our classified FTE hires. I will share back in 23-24, as compared to a 2% hiring rate for teachers, classified was roughly 8%. They're both back to about 1.7% equally in 24-25. This was dynamic post-pandemic. I just wanted to share some timelines as we move forward and considerations with respect to layoffs and layoff timelines. You'll hear more forthcoming, but from our discussions related to our one-time funded grants, we do this every year. We bring forward positions that get reduced related to lack of funds. As we went through our budget priority process in the fall, there are some positions forthcoming, and there's some statutory requirements related to that through February and March in advance of the new budget year. The road ahead, the governor, again, his final year of being governor, has highlighted his significant investments over his term in TK-12 education, most notably expanded learning opportunities, universal meals for all kids, and now the forthcoming special education equalization, focus on early literacy, and the educator pipeline. And one of the most significant investments and accomplishments was the Pre-K for All initiative, and most notably TK for all students. Something else to highlight is the governor's budget proposal is proposing in alignment with the 2002 Master Plan for Education to do some governance reform and move the State Department of Ed up under the State Board of Education instead of the State Superintendent of Public Instruction. So more to watch with respect to that and that conversation. As I preluded, there's the midterm election in November. What's important, could be a lot of transition in congressional seats, in the state assembly as well, and the statewide offices such as the governor, superintendent of public instruction, and the ballot measures related to the additional funding to support education. Federal actions to watch are the proposed closure of the U.S. Department of Education and the related impacts and what that might mean to us in oversight and new agencies to report to, and any lags in providing new processes that will have to follow under new agency administration. Also, to highlight the dynamic and the adversarial dynamic between California and the federal government, there has been 52 times that we've sued the federal government in 2025. So that's overshadowing the potential for freezing funding, canceling grants, lots of policy discussions at the local level, and firing half of the U.S. Department of Ed staff. So a lot of uncertainty and things to work through. Now looking ahead from January to June at the state level with respect to the budget, they'll review, the legislature will have discussions related to the governor's proposed budget. They'll go back and forth, and what comes of that is our May revision. In May, that will foundationally provide us the information on which we prepare our own June budget for board review and adoption in June in advance of the state enacted budget, which they're required to enact by June 30th. And again, our slide as we move forward into May. So forthcoming on May 3rd, I'll be presenting on the current year and second interim, and be back in June, in May with the May revision and our June budget.
Thank you very much. That is a lot. Ms. Ballerini, do we have any blue cards?
Madam President, there are no blue cards.
Thank you. So we're going to go ahead and take comments or questions from ourselves. If you remember, I said I was going to kind of change up. So we'll start with Ms. Moore.
Yes, thank you. This is a lot of information, and I'll try to do my best to organize my questions and thoughts. So I do have a couple questions first, just so the public understands. How many years will this be that Gavin Newsom has underfunded Prop 98?
I think this is year 3 of, let's say, maneuver. It started with a maneuver in 23-24. 24-25 was the first round of settle up, and now we're on 25-26.
Okay, so did we, my understanding that settle up is essentially kind of a reimbursement from when the previous year of being underfunded from Prop 98 funds. Is that correct?
A non-constitutional methodology for doing that, yes, but to make us whole for what, as I had shared about the maintenance factor, would have allowed us to get even more because we're entitled to COLA, but settle up is a mechanism that's been introduced in the last budget to supposedly make us whole.
So have we received any settle up funds? Because you said we're going into our third year of being, of that Prop 98 not being met. Have we received any settle up funds from, for example, the initial year that that happened?
Yeah, this current budget act proposes that we receive both maintenance factor from 23-24's maneuver, as well as repaying in full the $1.9 billion from 24-25's deferral from settle up.
And am I correct that you mentioned even if we receive those funds, that we will not receive the associated COLA funds that would have come with that, or essentially will come short
for the settle up amount of the $1.9 billion? Yes.
Okay. All right. And then how many years has California been in a budget deficit?
California?
Yeah.
I think it's projected in the out. Is it on a total budget or on an education budget? But we're currently
a total budget.
This year they're proposing a slight deficit in the current year's proposed budget. I don't have the factors how many years back that they've been in a deficit.
I did watch a discussion with individuals on the budget committee, and from their discussion, it appears that it's been 4 years, but that's just from what I saw. But I just wanted to clarify that if you knew. But anyway, so I just wanted to, this isn't the first year, I believe, though, that the California's going to
No,
be in.
and it's a continued deficits.
Mhm. Okay. All right. And let's see. Okay, on page 55, I was just wondering, do we know specifically what is causing declining enrollment? I know that Sacramento County that is not what we're experiencing, but generally across the state, do you know what are some of the causes of declining enrollment?
There's a couple contributing factors, and we saw that most post-pandemic, there's either students are aging out and families aren't having as many children, or they're moving out of the state, or most recently, there's the impacts of immigration enforcement that's causing some exodus, especially in the southern part of our state.
Okay. And on page 61, well, I guess 60 and 61. Is there a risk if this is moved forward that individuals in those brackets could move out of the state and then not receive the desired outcome?
I mean, I guess could always be a potential risk, but this has been in place since 2012. And it's been a part of the tax base in that time to help support education. So while that could be a risk, there's a larger risk if we don't reenact it, that the budget cannot continue to maintain, especially our Prop 98 guarantee, as well as everything outside of education that's impacted.
Okay. And then I do want to mention on page 65, one thing that was discussed at CSBA was that there are several unfunded mandates, and the governor talks about TK for all, in the state of California. And I understand that was funded as far as, staff and curriculum and things like that. But districts were not given any kind of funding to accommodate the requirement for integrated restrooms. Is that correct?
There was no additional funding to support facilities support of TK. That's correct.
Yeah, and so for me, I feel that is something that is frustrating for districts to roll out some of these requirements when our governor and legislators don't take that into consideration, because now we have to figure out how to implement those integrated restrooms, which are required and which we should be providing to our students. And when I visit the sites, that's one thing I notice is that we do not have the integrated restrooms that we need. And I don't like seeing TKers and kindergartners having to share restrooms with sixth graders or walking across campuses to use oversized toilets. So it's frustrating for me that sometimes when they look at these things like TK for all, they need to consider what that rollout looks like on our school sites and the impact to districts. So that's frustrating for me. I wish that would be considered, because that is a budget issue that districts have to deal with. So, and I guess one other question I have is, so last year Prop 98 was underfunded by $1.9 billion, and now we're looking at a $5.56 million deficit in that guarantee. So that's quite significant, a big difference. So what does that potentially look like for a district of our size?
I'll have more information to provide with our interim report upcoming. But what that means is what happened to us in the current year is it delays even appropriation of the funds, so we don't even see it at the district level. They short it by the reduced amount, and they allocate our budget based off of that. So it's a wait and see if we receive the funds that we're entitled to, but we don't bench our budget off of that anticipated dollars until it is appropriated at the governor's level. So as far as quantifying that on a per student basis, the amount of the total award in the current year was about $900 per ADA, and we're looking to short 80% of that. So it's a couple $100 per student that we're receiving when we could receive an additional, it's like $600 per student in the current year. And we have roughly 60,000 ADA. So if we equate it, that's 30 million if we follow the similar math with the other funding for the block grant.
So it's going to be quite impactful, obviously. So definitely, I'm very concerned about that. And, so I guess it's frustrating for me that despite record revenues in the state of California, a large part of which is from personal income taxes, we're looking at, from my research, a fourth year of a structural deficit in the state of California and a third year of Prop 98 minimum guarantee not being met. And so that's very concerning to me. Again, that's despite record revenues. So that's all I have to say. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Ms. Moore. Mr. Vargas?
Nothing for me. Thank you very much for the presentation. It was very thorough.
Thank you. Ms. Ballerini?
I have a question about attendance, the attendance recovery program. It's on slide 51. I see that it's new this year, and I want to know, is this TK-12 all the way up the ranks? Yes?
Yes, attendance recovery applies at elementary and secondary. We can leverage expanded learning at the elementary level, but it is TK through 12.
Okay. And are we going to be tracking how well it's working? Basically, how many kids are showing up when they're supposed to, whether or not the amount of expenses we're spending to cover those days is actually bringing in more money than it's costing?
Yes.
That's something we're doing? I imagined we were, but I just wanted to bring that up because I can imagine it's first of all, it's running a whole nother school day kind of if you do it daily or if you do it on the weekends. And actually, I was talking to Superintendent Riley yesterday about it and wondering if I kind of equate it to summer school in a way, the way we've run that in the past. And we've gone to where we run summer school at all of the schools, but there was a time when we did it regionally, and I was wondering if maybe we could even look at whether or not it would be more cost effective to run attendance recovery regionally. I'm not sure that's the right answer, but it's just something I thought of, if you have 5 elementary schools in an area, maybe if you get them all together and do a Saturday or whatever instead of after schools. I just know the facilities for after school right now with all of the different ELOP programs are just bursting at the seams with that. And then the arts, the VAPA type things that they're trying to do at the schools. We just need to have a blow up school we can add to each school so they can do all the things. There's just not room. That was all the questions I had on that. Otherwise, it's a lot. Thank you for trying to break it down for us. I appreciate it.
Thank you. Mr. Yang?
Yeah, good morning. Thank you for the presentation. Yeah, a lot of information for us to absorb. I just wanted to say that the last 5 years, we had gone through quite a bit of stuff from COVID-19 and all the fires that we deal with locally and then in LA, and the budget, fluctuated. But overall, the governor has done a great job. And I want to touch on slide 65, Governor Newsom's legacy for public education. And, for the pre-K fall, that's very special. I think there's no measurement in terms of the benefit that the kids get, have access to early education. So this is a phenomenal work by the governor and his team. And so all the kudos to him and his team and to all of us, right, who seek it through this program. So just wanted to say thank you to the governor and his team. With that said, there's some concern in this presentation as far as funding and so forth, but at the end of it, we have some control on our end, but a lot of uncontrollable on the other ends. So for me, I will continue to work with you and the rest of the board and superintendent and do what we can going forward. Thank you very much. I appreciate you.
Thank you, Mr. Yang. Ms. Davis?
Well, Ms. Ballerine took my one question, but do we know what our unduplicated student count is?
It's averaged over 3 years, so we get funded off of 62, but we are higher than that. We're about 65.
Okay, thank you. And thank you for the presentation.
Thank you very much. I had a few quick questions. You answered many of mine as I had forwarded them to you, and you put them in the presentation. I appreciate that. Can we look at page 27, though? Because I think I have a daughter studying education and trying to explain this to her. And when you're trying to explain it to someone, you always know you don't know.
Is it 27?
100%, because they ask questions, and you're like, oh, I don't know.
Did you say 27?
Page 27, please. So people understand how we're funded. Base ADA is what we get for every single child, correct? Okay. And then, can you take me from there?
Yes. So we start with the current year base, and we apply COLA to the base. And then, so we have a 26-27 new base for our attendance. And then we get adjustments for certain grade spans. So in that first TK through 3 column, we receive an adjustment for class size reduction. At grades 9 through 12, we receive an adjustment to support CTE programming. And that becomes our adjusted base grant.
And that is per student?
Per ADA.
Per ADA, but each ADA student?
Yes.
Okay.
And then if we are over that unduplicated pupil percentage, and I just misspoke, I said 65, it's 62.5, that 20% in a supplemental grant that we receive of our base grant. So they calculate that an additional 20% to support all unduplicated students over per ADA, at 20% level. Then if we have a concentration of students over 55%, we get a 65% concentration grant. So an additional 65% on that, all in support of our unduplicated pupil population.
And is that supplemental grant based on our unduplicated, or is that on our total ADA?
Our unduplicated.
Okay.
It's calculated against our total ADA, but we get it factored 20% related to our unduplicated.
And I think I got it right, so I don't have to go holler back. Okay.
Amari.
Thank you.
Ms. Salviani, can I add one little thing? Just if you're doing on the back of the napkin math, for the supplemental and the concentration grant, what's reflected here is if your unduplicated count was at 100%. So what you would do is you would take, for us, about 94% of our ADA, and so the 2,319 for TK3. In that column, you would multiply that by the 94% ADA, so it would be a smaller amount. So I know it's into the weeds, but just if people were trying to understand, because it's based on ADA and we're not at 100% unduplicated, it's important to know that we're not getting that full $2,319 for the supplemental. We're getting our percentage of average daily attendance for that.
And then, and only on the percentage of the UPP we have, so that number just gets smaller and smaller. So adding that whole column up is not what we get every year per child.
No.
The important thing is to realize you go to your adjusted base grant, that's what we get per child, and then depending, we go down at a 94% rate. Okay.
And if you didn't catch it, as I shared in the presentation, our supplemental is roughly $1,400 per student, and we get approximately $600 in concentration funds per ADA.
Okay. And can we look at slide 15, please? I'm going to say I thought I understood this, and then when we talked, I got questioning myself again. Oh, I'm sorry, Ms. Baldwin. I got to refix my system here. Sorry, first time. Thank you. Enacted budget. Will you explain that?
Enacted budget was the state budget approved July 1. That's the governor's enacted budget.
And then the outlook was what?
In November, the Legislative Analyst's Office did an analysis, and that was their outlook at that point in time in November based on the tax returns to date. So at both points in time, we had lower revenue anticipated in the minimum guarantee than what this budget is proposing for the 3 budget years. So we look back, we have our current year and our future year are all foundational to how much we're entitled to under Proposition 98. And the current budget is expecting that we're getting even more because of the higher revenues.
Okay. And Ms. Moore, welcome to the most frustrating part of this job. The fact that we are to budget and we are to have 3 years out and we are to prove that we are positive and we are to make all our assumptions, our commitments to our staff, our commitments to fulfilling unfunded parts of mandated things. It is, from day one, been the most frustrating thing I've ever experienced, because I think I personally am very careful with my own finances, and I feel a huge weight for the finances of the taxpayer, and we are at a disadvantage, I feel, over and over. And we've been owed millions, and then they've been paid back and called something else, and almost like the state double counts them and we only get them once. There's a lot of things that are frustrating in that part, and I can empathize and definitely, ugh. All right, Ms. Baldwin, it should not happen again. I'm not gonna say it won't.
It's okay, I know you saved the best for last. Thank you, this is such good work. You make it look easy, Amari. I envy you. Yeah, I share in the frustration. And I feel like it's important that we all know that as in our positions, we can, get involved in this and really call on our legislators to keep in mind that our schools are not up for negotiation when balancing the budget. And so you can count on me to do that. I definitely plan to get involved. So I've been on the board almost a year now, so I feel like I'm finally getting the gist of all this. And the value that we can add to this effort. There's no point to keep making this harder on our schools and particularly our school district. I did want to just make a comment. I'm trying to scroll through my notes. Let's see. The one-time funds, they're helpful, but they don't feed or they don't pay for anything that eats, is what I've learned. And we'll use them and we'll put them to good use, but, again, this is not a fix to what our district's needs are in making sure that we're able to meet the needs of our students and those who are meeting our needs, our students' needs, our teachers and our classified staff. I am happy to hear the good news about our special education funding and the COLA, and I'm really hopeful that this is going to, continue to move forward as we take a look in valuing how we take care of our most vulnerable. I think when we take care of our most vulnerable and our state invest in our systems that do that, everything else starts to fall into place. And so I'm really truly excited for the things that Cabinet is working on and Mr. Riley has shared in terms of our MTSS and how we can really support those populations. Let's see, lots of scrolling, sorry. There's 75 slides in case people didn't realize that. Attendance recovery. This is really kind of uncharted territory. I'm really glad that we're taking advantage of it, and I do want to just send my appreciation out to our schools who are doing the hard work and making this happen, from front office staff to after-school programs who are coordinating. This really makes a difference for us. It's an all-hands-on-deck opportunity to gain some of that attendance back and the impact that it means for us in terms of our budget. So I just want to really appreciate all of the hard work that has gone into that, and for all of the wonderful signs that remind us where our attendance is on a weekly basis. I have definitely felt the shame of having to walk my kids in late, and I think twice about scheduling those appointments during the day now, and really looking at trying to make them, on the weekends or later in the day as much as possible. So those efforts, please know that those do not go unnoticed, and they're making a difference for sure. And I think that may be it. Thank you again. I appreciate all the work you've done to put into this. This is really helpful for us as we take a look at, the year ahead. Thanks.
Thank you. I'd like to take a 5-minute comfort break, and then we'll come back and start with our reducing exclusionary discipline presentation. All right, if we can get everyone to the dais, please. It's okay. All right, our next item is reducing exclusionary discipline. Mr. Cerruti, want to get us started, please? All lined up.
Good morning. There we go. Thank you, and good morning, Madam President, members of the board, Superintendent Riley, and my good friend, Ms. Avalos. This is customary. It's our mid-year presentation in alignment with Board Policy 5144.31. That's the board policy that it stipulates. It primarily is focused on the differentiating between the roles of law enforcement and our site administrators, but embedded in there is that we will be presenting information twice a year. The seriousness of removing students from the classroom or school is, it's perhaps one of the highest levels of seriousness that we have. And so I just want to share that right at the outset, that we take great concern and caution whenever a teacher is removing a student from their classroom, which they have an ed code defined right to do up to 2 days, as well as removing administratively a student from school. So it is extremely serious. The other thing that I'd mention is we view discipline as an opportunity to educate. There is a Latin word, punire. I had, not that I'm telling you about my high school experience, I took 4 years of Latin, and one could say why. But punire means to punish. So punitive literally means to punish. That isn't what we do in education. We do not do that to punish. It's an opportunity to educate. It's an opportunity to educate not only the student, but the family, as well as the staff involved. It aligns closely to our philosophy with MTSS, which views how can we approach things proactively. We're always looking at suspensions are a result of behavior of a student and what antecedents to that behavior may have become available and staff become aware of. The other side of that is the restorative work that we're doing when students return. So all of that is embedded in our MTSS systems in our approach to that. The other thing that I'll mention is that with 64,000 students, roughly 3,500 teachers, and 225 to 250 or so site administrators, the need to calibrate our approach with all of those factors, there can be a great deal of variability in terms of how an individual adult is reacting to and responding to the behavior of a student. And so we're doing ongoing and considerable work to calibrate our approaches to that. I'm going to be turning it over in just a second to Mr. Schweitzer, but the team that I refer to as the Education Services and Schools Executive Team, lined up here. It is a collaborative and collective effort. Things are not being done in silos. You'll hear from our staff here, our tremendous directors that we have running our programs. We will have Rebecca Rangel coming up in just a second from Research and Evaluation. It is a collaborative effort, and I do not want to give the impression that we have lost sight of anything. It remains a priority. It's a priority. It has been a priority. My meetings, Mr. Riley, it is a top priority of his, and we know it is a top priority of the board. And so with that, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Schweitzer. We'll get into some data. I do want to reference for the board, and so that the public is also aware, the data that we provide, a lot of times what we're talking about is what is the right way that we can provide the data so that literally it fits on PowerPoint slides. because you'll be receiving a full data set on Friday with the BC, and that data will provide every bit of detail for every single school, as well as the aggregated data for the entire district. So for us to present that this morning would, not an impossibility, but we would be here for several days. And so know that there's a tremendous amount of data coming on Friday. And with that, I'm going to turn it over to Mr. Schweitzer. Thank you.
Thank you, Mark. So today's presentation format will follow previous presentations that we've done on this topic, and we'll go over our guiding principles, we'll reflect upon our data, we'll look at our decision-making and successful practices, and then we'll look at our education services and all of our supports through MTSS. In our guiding principles, we want to ensure that our responses to behavioral incidents are educationally restorative versus being punitive, as Mark said. It's a necessity to eliminate disproportionality in the application of exclusionary discipline. We know keeping students in class by reducing exclusionary discipline has a positive relationship with increased connectedness to school and student achievement. Ensuring classroom behavior is conducive to learning and maintaining school safety is a foundational expectation. And then by using MTSS grounded in data, collaboration, and layered supports, we can help every student be successful academically, behaviorally, and social emotionally. And with that, I'm going to turn it over for data review with Mr. Fine and Mr. Gutierrez.
Good morning, everyone. Thank you for this opportunity to share our mid-year discipline data for this school year. For the data sections today, we're going to be showing the counts of certain statistics commonly used when reporting on suspension data. Excuse me. First, First, we will review the number of suspended students. This is the number of students who received one or more suspension for an ed code violation. And then we will look at the numbers of actual suspensions, where we count every suspension incident that occurs. So one is a student count, the other is an incident count. To provide structure on our first table, this table shows the mid-year, quarter 1 and 2, number and percentage of suspended students. There's 2 years of data for each year, and there are 3 data points: enrollment, number of suspended students, and percentage of suspended students. Down the left-hand side, we have listed the district and then the 3 segments: elementary, middle, high school, and then within each one of those, our 3 subgroups. So please note for this slide, students are counted one time in the overall total, even if they have been suspended more than once. But sometimes students fit into more than one subcategory. So as an example, you could have an African-American student who is foster youth who also might be on an IEP. They would show up in all 3 subgroup counts. So starting with the district, 24-25 overall enrollment was 65,096 students. Versus this year, 25-26 at 66,107. So a little over a 1,000, growth of 1,000 students. Elementary makes up about 900 of those. The total number of suspended students increased from 135, at 135, from 1,284 to 1,419, an increase of 0.1%. For our African-American subgroup, there was an increase of 59 students, from 373 to 432, an increase of 0.8%. Foster youth and students with disabilities also showed increases. Foster youth was up 4% to 27, from 27 to 37 students, and students with disability increasing about 0.75% from 407 to 471, or 64 students. In elementary, with growth of about the 900 students, the number of suspended students grew by 58, from 151 to 209, an increase of 0.2%. Our 3 subgroups also showed increases. African American subgroup increased by 23 students, from 42 to 65, a 0.7% increase. Foster youth increased by 4, from 2 to 6 students, or a 4.1% increase. And finally, our students with disabilities group showed an increase of 37 students, from 51 to 88. This year, a 0.6% increase. Richard's going to take you through the secondary.
Good morning. Let's continue in the same format that Mr. Fine started us with. The total number of suspended students within our middle school increased by 31 from 516 to 547, a 0.3% increase. With our African-American suspended students, we had an increase by 19 students from 142 to 161, a 2.3 increase, percent increase. With our foster youth suspended students decreased by 8 from 14 to 6, a 11.9% decrease. With our students with disabilities suspended students decreased by 11 from 161 to 150, a 0.8% decrease. Within our high schools, the number of suspended students increased by 45 from 581 to 626, a 0.2% increase. With our African-American suspended students, increased by 16 students from 175 to 191, a 0.8% increase. With our foster youth suspended students, increased by 12 from 11 to 23, an 11.1% increase. And with our students with disabilities suspended students, increased by 43 from 183 to 226, a 1.4% increase. This next slide will give us a visual representation of the previous data that we just talked and presented. Here we can notice that although this year we see a slight increase from 24-25 school year, we are still slightly below from 23-24 school year, with an exception of our foster youth. And with our foster youth, I wanted to point out that I did take the liberty to contact foster youth and make sure what we're doing with our foster youth population in the support. Our foster youth informed me that what they do is when a foster youth student gets suspended, they get an alert every morning, and then they connect with the vice principal or the school where the student was suspended, and they enact a support plan for the student. And then they involve other persons as well, as into the case worker, the social worker, and also the attorney, the aid rights holder of the student, the child welfare, to create a plan to support the student. So I was very happy to see and to hear that we are working with our foster youth to make sure that our foster youth do get the support that they need based on the behavior that that our students are portraying, are bringing. They discuss also that, and we have plans to bring a trauma training for our vice principals, yes, specifically for our foster youth. So here you can see that for our foster youth, we did see a plus 4% increase from 24-25, and then we do see a 0.8% increase with African American, which I discussed earlier, and a 0.7% with student with disability increase, and district-wide is a 0.1% increase. This next slide, it has all of our students by ethnicity. We can see that our African American had a 0.8% increase. Our American Indian also had a 0.8% increase. Our Hispanic had a 0.1% increase. Two or more had a 0.1% increase. District-wide, as mentioned earlier, a 0.1% increase. Pacific Islanders had a minus 0.2%. In our white, a plus 0.3%. Our Asian, a plus 0.4%, and our Filipino, a minus 0.1% decrease on percentage of the suspended students. This next slide is the percentage of suspended students by student groups. As you can see, again, our foster youth had a plus 4% increase. Our homeless had a decrease of a 0.4%. Students with disability, a plus 0.7%. Socioeconomic disadvantaged population had a 0.2% increase. District-wide, a 0.1% increase. And our EL population had a 0.5% increase. Mr. Martin Fine is going to come to us.
This next table shows the mid-year number of and rate of suspension incidents. This is different from the number of actual students from the first slide. This illustrates the number of incidents and rates that the students from the first table were suspended for, meaning some students have been suspended multiple times for different ed code violations. Overall, as a district, we went from 1,746 suspensions up to 1,983, an increase of 237 total suspension incidents, which is also an increase in rate by 0.3. In our African American subgroup, we saw an increase of 28 suspension incidents, an increase in rate of 1.8. Foster youth saw an increase of 15 suspensions from 50 to 65, an increase in rate of 5.8. And finally, our students with disabilities subgroup saw an increase of 135 suspensions from 656 to 791, an increase in the rate of 1.5. In elementary, we saw an increase of 133 suspensions from 204 to 337, a rate increase of 0.4. Suspensions for our African American students increased by 57 to a total of 108, an increase in rate of 1.7. Our foster youth subgroup went from 3 suspensions to 11, an increase in the rate of 8.1. And our students with disabilities grew by 97 suspensions from 82 to 179, an increase of 1.7.
The total number of suspension incidents within all middle schools increased by 27 from 765 to 792, an increase in rate of 0.2. With our African American suspension incidents increased by 30 from 248 to 278, an increase of a rate of 3.6. Foster youth suspension incidents decreased by 22 from 33 to 11, a decrease in rate of 40.6. With our students with disability suspension incidents decreased by 26 from 309 to 283, a decrease in rate of a 2. Within our high schools, the suspension students within all high schools increased by 71 from 736 to 807, an increase in rate of a 0.3. With our African American suspension incidents increased by 36, students from 233 to 269, an increase in rate of a 1.8. Foster youth suspension incidents increased by 27 from 14 to 41, an increase in rate of a 30.5. Students with disability suspension incidents increased by 69 from 251 to 320, an increase rate of a 2.4. And again, this just next slide is just a visual representation of the numbers that we just went over. This is the suspension incidents. Foster youth had, again, a 5.8 increase of rate, as well as African American, a 1.8, students with disability, a 1.5, and EGUSD total with a 0.3 increase in rate.
Our next slide shows our responses to the different types of violations. It's a mix of minors and majors. On the right side of this slide lists the number of violations by category. So as an example, the very top bar, defiance, disrespect, noncompliance, we had about 7,400 violations within that category. Now focusing on the left side of the slide, you can see that 78% of those violations were managed by the teacher, the teal color. The dark blue is other means of correction, typically admin working to respond to those. And then there's a little sliver there that's hard to see, about 1% were met with a suspension. Just underneath disruption, about 5,000 of those violations, you can see kind of the same thing. 68% were managed by the teacher in the classroom, 32% admin with alternative means of correction. If you let your eyes scroll down a little bit to fighting, it's the second orange bar on the left side of the slide. You'll see that 28% of the fights that occurred were met with a suspension, whereas 71% were other means of correction. This is actually a flip-flop from last year that we thought was pretty interesting. Last year, a little over 70% were met with a suspension, and only 26%, 25% were met with some other means of correction. So our admin teams, the teachers, they're all trying to do their part to keep kids in school, even when there are things, such as fights. If you go down a little further, use and possession of tobacco, at 74%, 74% of those incidents, and we're talking about 217 violations, 74% of those were met with a suspension, and 26% other means of correction. That's actually a flip also from last year, where last year we had about 75% of the violations were met with an alternative, and 25% a suspension. And so the use and possession is intensifying on our schools with tobacco. And then if you look to the bottom, the 200%, arson and bomb threat false alarm, that makes up about there were 12 violations, and 100% of those violations were responded to by a suspension. Okay, very similar to last year. And as we continue to support our students, we constantly examine our practices and calibrate our approaches. We look at this data weekly. We discuss during our admin meetings, and we work through different scenarios. With elementary, we have our admin teams call us to discuss suspensions, not to get permission, but to just see if they've thought of everything that they can think of to keep the child in school. This year, as we've shared, 7.5% of the behavior incidents received a suspension. That's a slight increase from last year at 7.3%. So that means 91% received an alternative to a suspension. Of that 91%, 54% received a teacher-managed classroom response. 19% received some kind of admin conference, guardian contact conference. 11% received detention of some sort, and 6% received a mediated response, such as restorative conversations, conflict mediation, student contract. This slide, the percentages can be a little deceiving because I will almost guarantee in every situation, whether it's the teacher handling it or the admin, there is contact made with the family. There's conference with the student. As somebody said before me, the restorative conversations occur when kids are coming back. And so this is really, it really depends on what's clicked in Synergy when they run this report, if that makes sense. Some examples of responses to behavior incidents, teachers and other means of correction, the admin on the right side, both utilizing the MTSS process as much as they can. Teachers hold conferences with students and parents. They might utilize a buddy room for a quick timeout. There could be referrals to academic or behavioral support. On the admin side, trying to find other means of correction. Again, student conferences, talking to the parents, having those restorative conversations. Sometimes they are, assigning detentions or student contracts, and referrals as well. Okay, if you could please welcome up Ann Regali, who is going to provide some insight into special ed.
Good morning, Chairperson Albiani, members of the board, Superintendent Riley, and Ms. Avalos. I had to say that. Thank you very much. I really appreciate your attention to this, and I just want to call out and thank my colleagues, Richard Gutierrez and Martin Fine, because they have really been very transparent in their research and what they've shared out, and sometimes it creates hard conversations. And in this particular year, mid-year, the data for students with disabilities did unfortunately increase. And I'm not here to offer excuses or anything, but kind of to share some insight. And I think the direction that we're going in terms of keeping up with the downward trend that we had seen the last few years. I did also, in just listening to their presentation, recognize that the 23-24 school year, where we saw a downward trend, we had fewer program moves. something to think about. We had fewer classes moving. And this particular year, we had more classes move. So something that we have been working closely on with facilities, with elementary ed and secondary ed, is program placement. And it's a little bit of a challenge because we do want to keep students closest to their homes, and that wasn't something we had done historically, and over time we're working towards that end, but it does mean that there will be some hiccups as we continue to calibrate having students receive the services they need near their home or closest to their home, while also moving some programs while we make that happen. So we did experience the mid-year increase, and importantly, the increase is not widespread across the district. It has been concentrated and with some students in some schools. In many cases, 1 or 2 students account for the majority of suspension. This concentration points to some systems issues rather than behavior alone. We are seeing patterns related to placement, misalignment, delayed supports, transitions between programs and school sites. And again, as I mentioned, it's something we're addressing. When students' behavior needs are not adequately met through appropriate placement and services, exclusionary discipline, of course, is more likely. We also know that our data and from research that exclusionary discipline does not improve outcomes and, in fact, reduces student connectedness to school, which can negatively impact behavior, attendance, and achievement. This is particularly concerning for students with disabilities where IDEA requires access to FAPE and consideration of least restrictive environments. At the same time, maintaining safety and orderly classrooms is foundational. Reducing exclusionary discipline does not mean ignoring behavior. Rather, it means responding in ways that are educational, restorative, and effective. So we have a list here of some things that we've done in terms of decision-making. And my apologies, this was slide before, but I think something that we are also working on, and it was alluded to earlier, is our MTSS. So our response is grounded in a school-wide multi-tiered system of support network and a framework. And I think everyone is aware that MTSS is not just for students not on IPs. This includes students who also may be receiving special education services. It allows us to use data, layered supports, and collaboration to meet student needs before behavior escalates to exclusion. We are conducting targeted reviews of students with repeated discipline incidents to ensure their placement in services and behavioral supports are aligned with their needs. This includes strengthening Tier 2 and Tier 3 supports, such as ABS, mental health, the academic behavior social support services classes, mental health services, and behavior support services. And as Amari mentioned earlier, we're investing in adult capacity. We are trying to recruit and maintain district paras, and this includes training for teachers and all paras in classroom management, de-escalation, disability responsiveness strategies, and restorative practices. Strong adult practice is essential to maintaining safe classrooms and reducing reliance on suspension. Just as we want to work towards LRE and inclusivity, inclusion is not an optional, convenient kindness. It's a moral imperative. And keeping students in the classroom is critical. And we are improving our coordination across departments to reduce delays in evaluations, placement decisions, and service delivery. And our goal is to intervene earlier, respond restoratively, and keep students connected to learning while maintaining school safety. And I look forward to entertaining any questions you may have. Good, thanks. Also, one quick plug. It is the 50th anniversary of Individuals with Disabilities Education Act, so I have a little gift for each one of you, but I'll give it to Ms. Avalos.
Thank you so much, Ann. So we're going to end our presentation today looking at what we're focused on in education services and schools in relationship to addressing Tier 1 supports. So as previous MTSS spotlights have shown you, we have a framework for MTSS. So you see before you the 3 different frameworks that make up that. PBIS, the instructional framework, social emotional learning, and that's how we in Elk Grove have defined each of these frameworks. I'm not going to read over all of the work, but I want to highlight a couple things that are going on. So we have invested heavily over the last few years in restorative practices, de-escalation. We've looked at crisis prevention and intervention training throughout many years, but have had a focused approach to it. We have looked at our discipline matrix. One of the things that's coming new to us, which we're all excited about, is basically an improved TFI, which is the Tiered Fidelity Index that's for PBIS, which is going to give a new improved look for schools to be able to look at the practices and the systems they have in place to be able to further support children and adults in the behaviors that occur and the decision-making that's a result of that. So that's a coming piece. We also, in terms of restorative practices, have a team that's part of school services and ed services that's led by the equity department that is going to be looking at our discipline matrix. And it's that calibration piece that Mr. Cerruti referred to that's looking at the restorative practices and the interventions we might put in place in terms of behaviors that result at a school site. So that's upcoming collaborative work that we'll see a result of. One of the things that I really wanted to point out to you, because it really is the heart of MTSS, you all received your handbook on the instructional framework. So really a labor of love within the district to really define and explain what good instruction looks like and sounds like. We're still working at that. We have a calibration of practices, and one of the things about just professional development in general is you can teach the content, but if you don't have the follow-up work to it, which is the coaching, which is the ongoing support, building in reflective time for educators to be able to reflect on their practice, that's something that we wouldn't see the initial growth. So we're early in those stages because we're working with our site leaders, elementary through secondary. This is year 4 of it, of leading the instructional framework, which is really calibrating how they're giving feedback to teachers. And I think that's important because even though it's focused around instruction, it's looking at all 3 areas. You're looking at how the teacher is being culturally responsive. You're looking at the systems and practices that a teacher would have in place to address behavior issues. So it's connected to all 3 of those areas. Another one that I wanted to point out just in terms of the social emotional learning, we've adopted our curriculum. We're still in the the early stages of looking at how we fully integrate that and having all teachers integrate it. So in terms of current practices, everything you see up on the chart that's listed is what we have in place, but it's not a one and done. It's continued work that we're doing as a district, and it is collaborative across the entire district. And with that, I think we will welcome your questions. I do want to add that coming up in March, you'll have the next spotlight on MTSS that will look at Tier 2 and Tier 3, which I think will address some of your questions about how students are receiving different supports.
Thank you. Are there any blue cards on this topic?
Madam President, there are no blue cards on this topic.
Thank you, Ms. Ballerini. All right, we'll take questions or comments from the board and start with Mr. Vargas.
Thank you, and thank you very much for the presentation. I appreciate it as always. This is, I think, my 6th or 7th. So I appreciate that they continue to get better and more thorough, and that our responses continue to be thoughtful. I appreciated that you started the conversation with a discussion of our sort of philosophy on how we think about discipline, and I also appreciated the connection back to you know, when this board before my time did a more thorough thought or put some more thorough thought into the separation or like how we deal with what goes to a law enforcement response versus what goes to an on-campus response. And I see in a lot of this how this conversation, how this change naturally flows out of that thought process. And I think it's worth just sort of echoing what you were talking about in that I think it's a mistake to think about what we do in a law enforcement context or in a context of punishment. What we do is to educate, but in doing that, what we're trying to accomplish when we talk about discipline is not just to educate and not to punish. It's to fix a behavior and then to mitigate or correct a harm. And so we're not, there might be discipline or consequences associated with that, but the ultimate goal is not to punish or to inflict a consequence. The ultimate goal is that they should learn something and that we're fixing the issue, because this is a group of people, a group of humans who are learning and are in the process of development, both emotionally and developing, their cognitive ability to control and regulate their emotions, which is often where behavioral problems come from. And so I appreciate that. I appreciate that we are very clearly aligning or trying to align our responses specifically to the violation. That this is not a one-size-fits-all, right? And you can see every time we have this conversation, we're sort of adding to the available options, right, of how we respond to these things. And I think that that's incredibly important, because if our goal is to fix a behavioral problem, or is to mitigate a harm, or is to fix a harm, then you need a solution that actually addresses that, right? And oftentimes suspension is not a solution that addresses all of these particular, very specific concerns. Suspension is one of those things that's appropriate. Suspension doesn't really fix any of those things. What suspension does is it keeps the community safe if there is something going on where there is a danger, right? And so that, I think, is what you see when you look at the data, or when the community looks at the data and they see things like drug use, bringing alcohol on campus, bringing a weapon on campus. Those are things that have a direct safety concern where separation may be appropriate. And so because of that, because you see the safety concern there, right, that's where you get the suspension, becomes more prevalent in those. And so I appreciate the thought that we've put into this in terms of aligning the responses to the violation so that we are actually accomplishing what is the ultimate goal, which is to fix the problem or address the problem, mitigate the harm, and ultimately educate these kids. One other thing that I want to talk about on philosophy before I get to some of the specifics is also recognizing, and it's starting to become much more clear in the data, is recognizing that doing it this way does create a burden, which is, you see in the data a lot more teacher responses, right? A lot more burden on teachers to respond to specific incidents and sort of take the reins. And there's a lot of, it makes sense to do that because the teachers are often the ones who are the first ones to notice a behavior, or the ones who are immediately impacted by the behavior. And so including them in that response and giving them sort of the pride of place or the first shot at fixing it, it makes a lot of sense. But I think we have to acknowledge it does create a burden. And when I visit campuses and hear from teachers, that's oftentimes what I hear. Now, I don't always agree with their proposed solution to the problem, or to that additional burden, but I do recognize that that burden is real, and it's something that they have to, that they are now being asked to carry. And so to the greatest extent possible, I think it's important that we not only recognize that, but also provide whatever support we can, in helping them to carry that burden, since they are going to be doing a lot more of it. Okay, so I think In terms of the data, I didn't, I'm sure it will shock all of you that I went back and looked at the trends. But it's interesting because it seems like we have reached, I'm sure I mentioned this last time, it seems that we have reached an interesting sort of plateau where there is some natural fluctuations, and within foster youth it's an interesting one because there's so few that I'm curious to see whether this is a natural fluctuation or whether this is something more dramatic. But since you have such a small population of students, it's hard to, the numbers look more dramatic than they might be. So that one will be one I think that all of us need to watch. Obviously, if we've reached a plateau, something I mentioned last time, if we've reached a plateau, then we should be asking why, right? Why we've clearly implemented a lot of great policies. So why have we reached that point where we're sort of at a stopping point? And I think that we need to then start to think about, okay, what more can we do? Is this the natural floor? Do we think this is the natural floor? And I think we probably don't. And if we want to get to whatever that natural floor is in terms of, suspensions, then how do we get there? And if what we're doing right now has gotten us to a good point, but isn't getting us to that floor, then we need to figure out, okay, what's the next step? What's the next thing we need to do? And obviously, that is one of the wonderful things that you all get to deal with. But I will appreciate that conversation that I'm sure we'll have in the future around like what more can we be doing? What can we add to this to make it to continue to see the good trends that we have? I was a little concerned around the incidents, and let me try to find the page 12. And going back and looking at previous years, it's pretty clear that there's some increases. Some of the more severe, violations, the increase is not that big, but there are particular areas where the increase seems to be pretty dramatic, right? Bullying, fighting, defiance, disruption, a lot of these, the sort of higher numbers up here, the incidents are clearly climbing over the past few years. And now I don't know, and maybe you all can fill me in, I don't know whether you think that's because we are seeing higher incidents of those, or whether we're getting better at reporting and something like that. So maybe you could shed some light on that?
We are seeing increases in those. I would hope that, I'll touch on the second portion of it, which is, I don't want to keep using the C word, meaning calibration, but the data is only as good as the data that goes in. And so we're continuing to work with teachers and site administrators to make sure that what's going into Synergy is calibratedly accurate. But we are seeing increases in those situations, and not saying that I could lump all of them into the category I'm going to share, but we've had instances where you could have as many as 25, even up to 50% of a school's suspensions could be occurring in a very small number of incidents, because those incidents, we could have 10, 12 kids involved in something all at the same time. One of the things that we've been talking about, and this isn't blaming, that's not what this is, that's not what this is. What we currently don't have is a place where a teacher or an administrator could click that social media was connected to this. Because that's the other thing that we're dealing with is our campus supervisors. When I was a principal, it seems weird because it's a little while ago, but it doesn't seem that long ago, because I was carrying something where I could call somebody, but what it didn't have is anything that it has now. The flip phone didn't have social media capacity. And so your campus supervisors, for example, and some of your staff that always have their ear to the ground, you knew what was happening, and you kind of were able to potentially get out in front of it because you were hearing this was happening. That doesn't necessarily happen anymore, because they used to come to school to begin to find each other, and the problems and situations would potentially occur. Now that's all happening out there. they're coming to school and immediately there's something that's happening on campus. And so not saying that that's the case with every single situation, but in answer to your question, we are seeing increases in the frequency of those, and in the increased frequency of those, we have very little, in fact, we don't have opportunities to look at alternatives. These are literally required by the state where we have to send you home. And in many cases, it is warranted and justified for the safety and of the entire campus. And what I always share about suspensions, and this is just my opinion, when I was an administrator, I had situations where I may see a student and they showed up late, and I'm just talking to them and asking them what happened, and their response could be extremely inappropriate. And you work with a student, you bring them back, and you can find out why they're saying to you what they're saying to you, and you can find an alternative to that. There can be another situation where it's lunchtime and they're doing it, and there's all kinds of students seeing that. And to have that student then an hour later or even the following morning be walking across campus and everybody looks and goes, really? So that's what happens when you do what just happened. So context matters when these things occur, but I didn't mean to create a longer response to your question, but we are seeing increased frequency.
No, I appreciate it. And so I guess, you know, as kind of a follow-up to that, so what are we, give me an idea of how we're responding to those things, because you noted that we have seen a shift away from, you know, suspension on like fighting, for example. And that is now in the other means of correction category more often. And so what are we doing? What is that other means of correction we're using, for example, in fighting? And do we think how do we think that is going to be more effective?
You know, I'll share a quick statement and then I'll turn it over to the folks who are working more directly and frequently with our site administrators. The one thing, a general statement, and I should have made this at the very beginning, is there can be folks, and I know full well, so Mr. Vargas, when you say, and thank you for getting out into our schools and all board members who are frequently out in the schools, and you're talking to the people in classrooms. And colleague and friend of mine, James, who is the president of our teachers union, I know his ears are listening to this, because we absolutely can have teachers who are under the impression that what we're doing is reducing suspensions at the cost of the safety and security of classrooms and school climate. And I understand that. I don't agree, but I can understand that perspective, because we believe you can do both. We aren't just trying to lower numbers so that we can get everybody off of our back at the expense of what's happening in our schools. I don't believe that. We've seen increases in the numbers. So that isn't just what we're doing. Because when we approach it and understanding that a student or a situation could have been highly disruptive to the teacher in that classroom, but we have to look at the overall what we're trying to do and continue to support those teachers, because you can see many, many times, the vast majority of times, our teachers are the front line in solving many of these situations because of the relationships they have and the tremendous work that they're doing. And we understand that perspective, and we want to make sure that they don't carry that. And the majority of our teachers aren't feeling that they're feeling supported in what we're doing. And I'll let our folks here share with you specifically what that is.
I'm going to reference very quick something that Mrs. Cerruti said in regards to how we used to find out about if there was going to be an altercation or there was a conflict on campus, right? Because we always had an ear. Our students always would come to us and let us know. In social media, it is a factor, or text messages or direct messages is a factor where now we don't hear to prevent. Sometimes, for us to prevent, we need to know what's happening within our students. But one of the things that we always trying to do is look at the other means of correction per your question, Mr. Vargas, is about, when a student partakes a behavior, what do we do next, right? So we do restorative practice. We used to have suspend 5 days automatically. We didn't do that anymore. We do gradual suspensions unless it is required for a student based on the behavior or the damages that they cause, or the physical injuries that they cause. It could be 5 days, but we do gradual suspensions, right? We don't go straight to 5. We do 2, 3, 4, and then 5. It depends on that. But then our vice principals do communicate with us and let us know, oh, we had this incident, we did restorative practice, but then they came back and they went at it again, right? So there's something that even sometimes restorative practices, although it is a good system to have, but sometimes doesn't work, right? Because there's a lot of things that happen outside the school because they live in the same community, they live in the same apartment complex, and then they had it over there and they bring it back to campus, right? Other things that we do is, promote the culture of the school through PBIS, right? We are constantly making sure that our schools are engaging in PBIS and what are our SLOs for PBIS and how to promote that. But one of the things that I'm always encouraging our of schools, it is to always have that one-on-one personal in-person conversations with parents. The more we engage the parents into this into our schools, the better. Before, I'm trying to have our schools not to just make a quick phone call to have the conversation with parents on the phone. I want for them to come on campus because it's more, it takes more value when you have that parent there, and then we can create the systems of support, which is counseling, and then which is meeting with a counselor and also kind of review where the students are in the overall arcing. This is more for secondary. I don't know if elementary wants to add.
I was just going to say everything Richard said, but in addition, that progressive discipline is key. So you would start with something and then progress should there be additional incidents. I think to answer your question, conflict mediation sometimes can happen in the heat of the moment. Same with a restorative conversation, to where you can really tease out the root problem of what happened, let's say in a fight. And as Mr. Cerruti said, if it's not, sometimes context, and you're able to deal with that on a smaller, quieter, personal level with the 2 students, 3 students, their parents, et cetera, versus going to a suspension. It happens again, following progressive discipline, that's when that suspension would kick in. So sometimes it's a one and done for kids, which is what we would want if they, exhibit those behaviors.
Mr. Vargas, to answer, you asked for a specific example. In terms of students with disabilities, something we've focused on, you look at disruption and inappropriate language. And then you look at what was the disability category, the discipline category. We're really working with office staff and with paraprofessionals on identifying, was that something you would expect from a person who maybe has an emotional disability? Is that something you would expect from a student with autism? And if so, the threat from that student looks a lot different than a threat from a student who's maybe a neurotypical peer. And how we respond, because we think of people with disabilities, a child who has a sweet, well-behaved child who doesn't speak English, who has a learning disability, and we don't react with anger or with emotion to that child's inability to, do basic operations in math. So we're really working to train staff so that they don't have an emotional reaction or response, and including not just paras, but all staff. And I think, we're not normalizing the behavior, but we're able to identify it. So I think that's helped, and I think if we continue with that training, we will build capacity in our ability to support students just in those 2 particular categories.
Thank you. I appreciate that. And I think that, that training is important. It's one of the hardest things is to not have an emotional reaction when, you are confronted by something. And, I always, I have great respect for my sister in particular, who has a 5-year-old and a 3-year-old, because they love to test the boundaries of how they can poke and prod and get a reaction out of their mother. So I'm happy to hand them back after about 2 hours. Okay, so the only other thing I kind of wanted to sort of push to the surface was, let me see if I can find. So page 10, I think is probably the best illustration, is in my head. So we're seeing some of these increases. What I would expect to see if we're seeing increases is kind of increases across the board. And something that I just want to surface here and, maybe get you guys to think about, you don't need to respond here, is it does seem like there's very specific, areas where it's popping, where these issues are popping up. Right, when we talked about, there was a pretty significant increase for students with disabilities. It's interesting that the increase seems most dramatic at the elementary level. And I, in my brain, I always think if there's going to be a sort of an across-the-board increase, where I go to look first is middle schools, right? Because middle schools are just that age. And what's interesting to me is that I don't see that increase in our middle schools right now. And so it seems like there's very specific things, and I'm wondering whether, are there, big issues going on, or are there site-specific issues going on? Are there, if we're not seeing sort of an across-the-board increase, then, my thought goes to, okay, what's going on at specific places that are, or specific in the case of foster students, right, where the data is such a small group that you really could be talking about specific students. And so my thought process is, okay, like, can we dig down on those specific places that are seeing a bump, or those specific students that are seeing a bump, and start to say, okay, what can we do to address those specific situations? And that is obviously, that is not our level. Our level is high level, monitoring, but that's where my thought goes when I see these bumps in particular areas, but not really across the board. So anyway, just wanted to surface that as another thing that I saw. But I believe that is all of my questions on this one, so I'll pass back. Thank you.
And just very quickly, Mr. Vargas, I appreciate you asking the question on two specific student subgroups. With our foster youth, one of the things that we're examining is, because the total number of foster youth and the total number, we've seen a steady decline. We're slightly up from where we were last year, but even I go back further than even 5 or 6 years. There was a time when we had as many as 700 foster youth kids, and it's significantly lower than that. But numbers aside, the numbers of kids that have been suspended, we literally know the names and the situations of those kids. One of the key things that we need to be looking at, Mr. Gutierrez, when he was sharing the connection that Maya Webb and the foster youth team under Lisa's leadership and Lisette LeMay's leadership, one of the things that we're noting that we need to work on, in spirit of full disclosure, is those direct contacts may not be coming during the right time. If there's a delay, there may be an opportunity, so we need to work with our schools and with not blaming the school, but we need to work with our systems so that if a situation occurs that could warrant a suspension, that making sure that the teacher who is connected to it and the administrators that are making a decision fully know the story behind the student. I'm not saying that they don't, but foster youth may have information that could say, are you aware? And so that team, and that's why it's easy for me to say here, so I can already hear people screaming that are out there going, he's at the district office and he doesn't know. But we need to slow the roll just a bit before making decisions, or even hold on a decision to suspend, even if it's 24 hours until we've had time to put all of our heads together to make a decision. And then your other question about attending to specific schools. So with special education, it unfortunately doesn't surprise me when we're increasingly including students in the general ed setting. Whether you're special ed or not, assuming that a 5-year-old or even a 7-year-old on the natural comes to school and is able to understand how to function in an environment where you're one of 25 and you've got a teacher and you're operating on bells is a false assumption, and we know that. And so that's also what we need to work through, is we need to work through how we're making sure that we're supporting the teacher, we're providing the supports needed within the classroom setting. But we expected that we were going to see increases in potential student behaviors that were inconsistent with what you needed in a classroom when you're moving more of our kids in there. Now, all that said, we need to evolve as a system and making sure that those kids are in fact in the right environment. But we look at this, you'll be getting the data on Friday by site. These folks are working directly on a daily basis and know where schools are having some success, and we want to see what they're doing. And we know where schools, we see some spikes, and we need to make sure that we're going out, and we do, and we're working with them. And so at the site level, I don't believe that there's a single administrator who would say that their directors aren't aware and having conversations with them about the behavioral makeup of the students in their school. I hope that helps.
Thank you.
Excuse me, could I add one more thing? Over here, Ms. Albiani, thank you. Good morning, Mr. Vargas. I appreciate Mr. Cerruti's response, and I just wanted to add to that. As you all know, foster youth and homeless are now under FACE, and one of the practices that we have begun, and we're in the very beginning stages, is due to this data, we have seen this spike and are concerned. So we're starting to utilize a practice called relationship mapping, and what that means is that we want to make sure every student who is identified as foster youth and every student who is identified as homeless has an adult on campus that they can connect with on a daily basis. It's important, these students in particular, our foster youth and our homeless students, experience trauma like many other students don't, and so we want to make sure that they always have someone that they connect with every day and who understands what they're going through, and make sure that the teachers that they go to every day in class understand that as well.
That sounds fantastic. Ms. Ballerini.
Okay, since you have page 10 up here, I'll go with a question with page 10. Okay, and I know you tried to explain it, but I'm still not understanding why. Let's go with, under the columns of suspension incidents, let's do 24, 25, just so we're all looking at the same numbers. I know you know where I'm going with this. I still don't get it. So the number for the whole district, in my world here, should equal elementary plus middle plus high schools, but it doesn't. How come?
We'll explain that directly to you. And part of that is also how much information can we put on the page? But I shared, this was a conversation we were having last night, and I'm not just picking you out, but I said, all of our board, but Ms. Ballerini will count numbers and things like that, so just know she's got some questions around why things may not look like they're adding up, but we'll be able to explain that for you.
Okay.
Hello, members of the board. My name is Rebecca. I work in research and evaluation. And to address your question, that's because alternative continuation charter school and non-public schools are not reported as a segment for the purpose of this visual. All those groups are included in the overall district, but the reason if you were to add up elementary, middle, and high, that's why it's not equaling that district number, is because those segments are not included, as Mark shared, mostly because of size constraints and how much. But the information we will be sharing with you on Friday will include that information.
Thank you. I just kept looking at them and they weren't making sense.
Well, and to your point, what we will do, all of this, we take this as feedback, because if we're going to use the same thing, we talk every year, met with Chris previously, met with David, what's the format, and any feedback we get from you as the board, if you wanted changes to the format, we certainly can do it. We may want to put a note on this page that explains that.
Or just another not column, but
right.
Row,
yep.
Alternative education.
We can do that.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Okay, all right. And the next question I have is on page 12. what is the difference between inappropriate language and abusive or inappropriate language? Now, I know you can't say any of the language, but can you tell me what's the difference?
I'll let the folks here, because I was going to head right to giving you examples. And so
we'd have to put all the things up there.
So I'll let our directors walk you through that, because with a lot of this, just to think that any of this is complete black and white is wrong.
No.
There's gray that runs all through here, so that's a very good question.
Mr. Fine was giving me some examples. I'm like, I don't want to use those.
You got the short straw, huh? Okay.
So one of the things is that we always look at inappropriate language versus abusive or inappropriate language is when the student engages towards a staff or towards a student or a group of students. So sometimes we have some students that have those outbursts towards staff that use that language. So that would be kind of like a very abusive, inappropriate language. Inappropriate language is sometimes that our vice principals, because they are suspending students on different categories. So the first one would be fight, but then during the fight, they were using inappropriate language as well. So then they will add that as a secondary as well.
All right, that makes sense. Thank you. And also, because I used to work in student support and health services, it's always one I look at. And you brought it up earlier, the use and possession of tobacco. That also includes vaping of the two types of vapes?
Yes.
Okay. And we've still got a team that goes out there and works with them on those?
Yep.
Okay.
The 2P program that we have,
Okay.
also coming from Lisa's world.
Exactly. Okay. Now let me see.
And your point, just quickly as you're looking at it, the prior point when Richard came up, I was just chatting with folks back here because we are always looking at our discipline guidelines that we have, matrix of guidelines. And the risk of that, of laying out every single type of situation you could think of, that document would become 150 pages long and unusable. But that category may be one that those questions, like how commonly understood is that? So you just gave us another heads up that we'll be looking at in terms of looking at the document itself and seeing how clear that is, and potentially we could clear that up. So thank you.
Okay. I think that's it. That's all the questions. Thank you guys for all of this, and definitely thank you about the numbers. Whew.
Thank you, ma'am.
Thank you. Mr. Yang.
Yep. Thank you for the presentation, for the whole group. Appreciate that. This category of suspension is play a vital part of our achievement gap, for sure. And it is very important, because one of the most important things that we try to do is try to close that achievement gap. So with that said, I would like to mention that there is a survey in the Sacramento County indicating that African American students are at the top of being suspended, and there are consequences to that. Because if you were suspended, you're 5 times more likely to be in jail going forward compared to students that have never been suspended. So there is an effect on suspension, and our board have worked pretty hard on this category. The last 5 years I've been here. And as far as I recall, the reduction of suspensions has came down. Despite this year, the numbers looks like it went up slightly. And I mean, there is definitely concerns on that. With that said, I would like to say thank you for including some of the data here. We have give you guys feedback in the previous presentation, and I think that there's improvement on it, and so forth. However, I would like to say that it could be a little bit more, I would say, efficient in my in my mind, in the sense that, let's just say, for example, we have these data here, and specifically, looking at slide 10, right? So we got 2024, 2025 mid-year, and then we got 2025 to 2026 mid-year, right? And then it shows these numbers, and those are very good data. What I like to see, that to me it would be very easy to anybody to understand, is maybe have you don't need to have every year on it, but do maybe the last 10 years, and then one last 5 years, and then you could do the last year and the current year, so that folks should just look at that graph or look at that table, and you see, oh, hey, 10 years ago versus 5 years ago, and in the last 2 years, right? And then you see the trend of, hey, it's really coming down, right? Or it's going up. You guys get the point. So I'm just thinking of simplicity as far as looking at the graph, and gives you kind of like a instant hit, And then you could also show the graphs there. Do what it's, I would say, easiest to understand, because there's a lot of numbers here, right? So with that said, this is definitely a category that we have to deep dive as a collective district, because it's very important for us to reduce the numbers, in the sense that we are not looking to punish the kids, as one or two of my colleagues already said. We wanted to make sure and that we take this opportunity to either educate them, identify their wrongdoing, and what we could do to restore what is that necessary, so that they could be better going forward, right? And to be a learned lesson and so forth, right? So that's, to me, that's very obvious to everybody. How we go about doing it, that's very important, right? So what that means is that it's not just about identifying, their wrongdoing, but we have to identify that the other groups that are not being in those categories, what are they doing differently? Why are they not in that, right, suspension category? So what I mean is, don't just use the folks that, or the students that, why they were being suspended, but use also, the other group of students, why they're not being suspended, right? So do a deep dive, it could be the student behavior all the way to maybe even, to the household, right? And it in the sense that it's appropriate, of course, right? So to me, this is a category that could be very deep dive and dissect, in the sense that, you identify the issues, you got action taken. There could be so many things within the action, and then obviously you want to see resolution results. So with that said, I just very appreciate the team, continue to work and continue to make improvement, so that we as a school district could really educate our students that are most needed. And certainly we want them to succeed in education, but more importantly, in life. So thank you for all that you do. Thank you.
Thank you, sir.
Thank you, Mr. Yang. Ms. Davis?
I have a few questions, and bear with me, it's going to be a little all over the place as I was writing my notes. Students with disability, are we doing our due diligence to ensure that the actions are not a manifestation of their disability? And do we communicate with SPED before those students are suspended to ensure that we're keeping up with their IEPs?
An important question, and I'll turn that over to Ann.
Yes.
Okay. I like that answer. How many of our foster youth would fall into other categories such as African American, students with disabilities, homeless? Are we looking for patterns in the subgroups?
And I'm sorry, if you could just repeat it, I was just, Ann's response was the response I was going to give in terms of yes, and I didn't know if there was any additional information. No, it's fine, but
Okay.
yeah, the short answer to that is a very strong yes. Okay. We do follow that, but if you could just repeat the second question, ma'am.
I was just wondering how many of our foster youth fall into other categories as well of African American, homeless, or students with disabilities?
I don't have that right off the top of my head, but we do disaggregate that so that just as it was referenced earlier on, we look at students very well could fall into those categories. So we monitor that. I don't know if there's anything further that we wanted to add, but I don't have that specific number, but we certainly can get that for you.
Okay,
and for the
it'd be
board.
interesting to see.
Sure.
I can just quickly, 46% of our foster youth are Black African American, and 42% of our foster youth have IEPs.
Okay.
So there's
Those
a
are really
significant
high-
overlap,
those are really high
impact.
numbers.
Yeah.
Okay, so we might have to look at a bigger picture than just the smaller groups as one.
Yes, for sure.
You mentioned you're doing trauma training for principals. Why are we not doing that for other staff that deal with these students too? Because a lot of them are the front line before they even get to the principal, or they spend the day with those children because they're not being excluded from the school, but excluded from the classroom.
Another very, very good question. Lisa will be able to respond to that.
Good morning, Ms. Davis. So we are offering trauma-informed practices training to anyone at a school site, but it's not mandatory. So it is on PL Essentials, and it's open to anyone, front office, anyone who works on the at a school site can attend.
Okay. Is this something that we could maybe add to or let them know more about? Because I know when I was there, unless you went to look for the classes, you didn't realize those classes were available.
Absolutely, yeah. We can advertise that some more for sure.
Okay. On the page 10, the elementary African Americans nearly doubled. Students with disabilities were over double. Are we looking into what's causing that? And are we looking into what middle school is doing right maybe right now? Because their numbers are falling, and as a grandmother with one in middle schools are chaotic and a whole different breed of themselves, but they're finding something that works, and maybe we need to look at that.
Great questions, and yes, we are looking at all of that. I don't know if anybody has anything further to add, but again, at the elementary level, and when I say the numbers are small, that doesn't necessarily mean that we're viewing them as insignificant. But those numbers, so if you look at foster youth or you look at students with disabilities and you look at African American students, we can find out exactly who those kids are and know exactly what the circumstances are at the school level, and that's exactly what our directors are doing. It's exactly what our service providers are doing and working directly with the schools. So it's not just a number. We know the names and needs of those kids.
Okay, that's great.
Oh, sure.
To answer your question, we did drill down. We looked at the sites, and I did speak directly with a couple principals without, it's a touchy subject because they also have classes and students with challenges. And I think to Mr. Yang's point, what they're doing well and really focusing on that and looking at what other sites supports and what's working for them and connecting them so they can learn from that, it has been very helpful. But we do definitely have, and I spoke personally with the principals, that particular data that you see, the 82 to 179, there were a couple that were the highest numbers, and we have been working with them. And again, to see what's going well, so.
Thank you, Ann. And just quickly related to middle schools, our middle schools have been working hard. And again, not just to make this a me thing. I was a principal for 19 years, and half of that was in a pre-K-8 school. And there was really two schools within that. But Middle school in some places, and I'm not saying one is better than the other. It's like talking about schedules and things like that. It's whether or not the school is good, period. But middle schools were designed for 6, 7, 8. And so I'm not saying that what we have is wrong, not doing that. But when you have school and kids for 2 years, the one thing that I would say is most important about middle school is that you actually have to be much more elementary-like than high school-like. And you have to think that way because you're bringing, students are coming from basically having a mother or father hen, and now you have mothers and father henses and roosters or whatever. I don't know why I'm using this ag reference. Maybe it's for Ms. Al's benefit. But nonetheless, that is what happens. And the entire school needs to be much more, and I oftentimes say even high schools would benefit from being more elementary-like. And now teachers are freaking out that are listening to this right now. But I mean that in all seriousness. And so we really are looking at what is the handoff to 7th grade? And then you have them for 2 years. And so it's hello, goodbye. And so our folks are working very, very hard at establishing school climates and all of those connections with those kids as quickly as possible and slowing the roll of the transition down. And so there's been a great deal of emphasis on there.
Well, I do agree with you. 6th grade should be at our middle schools. There's a big difference, especially after January. Let's see. Do we keep track of the rate of excluded students from classrooms, but ones that remain at school? Because I think that is a different number that I'm not seeing in any of this data.
Yeah, the answer is yes, we do. And I didn't know if anybody wants to add anything, but it's really important. And I will turn it over to folks just in terms of whether or not that information is showing up here, because now teachers by law, again, have the right to remove students. And maybe it's worth just asking how we go about and how that data is tracked, because they aren't lost.
Okay. I would be interested at some point to see that, because I think it's a higher number than people realize.
We do have a way to track it. For the purpose of this report, we do include home suspension and in-school suspension, both teacher and admin in-school suspension, but there is a way to separate each segment so that we can have the data. So we do keep track of that. And I think in one of the slides in regards to other means of correction where our teachers are really present in regards to correcting the behavior, I think that kind of speaks for itself in regards to kind of like the great work they're doing.
Okay. Just a couple more and I'll be done. I was noticing that more kids were sent home and excluded for tobacco use than fighting or physical aggression, and that drugs, there were no exclusions for using drugs. Is there a reason why we're not sending them home for drugs, but we're sending them home for tobacco?
I believe you referencing this slide right here.
Right. If you see at the bottom, use and possession of the drugs, that was handled 100% by administrative. There was no suspensions for it. But if you go up to use and possessions of tobacco, we suspended 74% of the students, and 26% was handled by administrative. That seems really skewed to me.
Yeah, because if you see the violation category on the right, and if you scroll down, if you look down all the way to that, to use possession of drugs, there are 202, and all of them were suspended. So I would like to see, I will have to see in regards to what is the difference in regards to why in the left side of the bar doesn't say that. But if you look at the violation category, of those possession of drugs that were suspended.
Okay, because that just
yes,
really stood out to me as something. And on truancy and tardy, that's 100% handled by teachers. Those are things that are already being handled in the office, that calls are being made every day, communications going home every day by the office. Is that something that teachers should have to handle? I know they have a lot on their plate, and it seems like that's double doing the communication on top of all of the phone calls and emails and text messages. They have a lot on their plate, is what
yes,
I'm just thinking that that's one that could be handled
Yeah.
in a different manner.
A lot of times with attendance whether it's absences or tardies.
On the mic, Mr. Fine.
Sorry. The teacher has that closest connection to the family. And so schools are encouraged to have their teachers be that first call. There is some, follow-up with the school calling and things like that when there's absences. But as far as tardies go, typically students would get a tardy slip in the office. They would go to the classroom. The teacher may log it in Synergy. But they do have that best connection with the family, and so that's why.
I'd probably disagree with you there, because the office staff, I believe, know the families and know the personalities, and through all, they know what's going on, and a lot of those calls are already made before 10 o'clock, before a teacher can even get to the phone to make a call home. So I just don't think we're utilizing our teachers well if we're having them having to follow up that when we have people doing that job already. So just a thought there.
Yep.
Let's see. I guess my last one would be, I would like to see the numbers for homeless students on these two, because I think it's important to be able to track and see how trauma and instability could also be affecting behaviors at school. So that would be a suggestion that we see that category also.
Thank you.
Okay. But thank you. It's great information, and I appreciate your patience with all my questions.
Great questions, ma'am. Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Davis. Ms. Baldwin?
Yes, thank you for the presentation. Lots of great questions, and I won't reiterate from up here. Did want to send a thank you to Ms. Regali for providing the insights on supporting staff with appropriate expectations of our neurodivergent children and our students with learning disabilities in terms of their behaviors, and whether or not our expectations of our students with those specific needs really meet, who they are as individuals and how we support them in accessing their education. I really, just to kind of give a personal, picture to when you provide really great classroom management and resources. We have had a really challenging year with my son, who had some pretty atrocious behavior at the beginning of the year. It was really, really hard. And it would have been really easy to just, exclusionary discipline. And I'll be honest that there were some behaviors that probably warranted that, but knowing that his needs are very different than his neurotypical peers, we as a team were able to come together and really find really good solutions to support him, support his environment, and now he's doing really great. And this week he actually started, or last week actually started Gen Ed. So I was really, really proud of him for that. And he wouldn't have gotten there without the team that's supporting him, his IEP team, the administrators, my husband and I, really kind of just looking at the whole child and recognizing his needs and how his sensory system plays a role in his day, how transitions and routines play a role in how he engages with his peers and his team. And so I really hope that our teachers, our classified staff, our administrators that are listening to today, really I value you so much. And if you don't feel it all the time from the community or from parents or your own peers, know that we see you and the work that you're doing to invest in our children every day, because our kids are not successful without you. And with that said, with this particular topic, please, every educator, every classified staff member, become great friends with your behaviorists and with the BCBAs on campus, because they have some really great tips on how to help you manage the behaviors that are happening with our children. Behavior is quite frankly boiled down to a science. There's a function behind every behavior. And it is frustrating and it's hard, and that's where our wellness comes in, right? It's so important that we take the time to take care of ourselves. And I'm squishing my neato ball up here because it helps me regulate. It helps me process how I'm experiencing very tough topics. And I know personally what it's been like for our family and our son. And so I just really, I love hearing that we're doing more around training and providing training to all our staff, our frontline staff that are in the office, engaging with parents and filling out all those tardy slips and trying to work through, the various things that they see on a regular basis. And then to our teachers, our paraeducators, our special education teachers who are working really hard to see the whole child and really, really meet their needs. So this is a tough topic, and I'm glad that we're collecting all this wonderful data to really drill down to where can we improve, because it is about continuous improvement and how we can really meet our kids' needs and be a place where all children want to be at school. Having that caring adult and being in an environment that is suitable for learning is so important, and the work that goes into that starts with collecting this data so that we can see the real picture and really focus on where we can intervene and where we can really support with investing into the resources that are necessary. So those of you who are listening, please, it's not a shameless plug. Your BCBAs and your behaviorists are huge assets. Please reach out to them if you're needing help with classroom management, and that goes for any staff. You don't have to be a special ed teacher, to really look at how you can utilize some great tips from learning more about functions of behavior. So with that, I'm done.
Thank you, and congratulations to your son.
Thank you very much, ma'am.
Ms. Moore.
Thank you. I going into page 12, it was briefly mentioned kind of the new dynamic or implications involved or that social media brings to kind of the bullying issues and dynamics that on our campuses. I was just wondering, is that tracked within the bullying numbers that we have here?
Meaning if social media was connected to an incident?
Yeah, if there was cyberbullying or social media involved.
No, and we were talking about that. So the short answer is no, it's not in synergy. So if there's something, but it's something we need to look at adding because so the short answer is no, but it would be very helpful for us to be able to note that. So that's something that we can look at adding and making an adjustment to just click a box, yes or no. And every time I do this with Synergy, somebody's going to tell me there's 10 other steps. I don't mean that negatively. I just mean it is something that we should track and could.
Yeah, I think that's really important because technology obviously is evolving, and that includes into the bullying world, and I think that it's important that we get involved with that at whatever level is appropriate in our schools, because I oftentimes hear that does occur outside of school, but it impacts our students in school. There's several examples, but one example is that there are anonymous Instagram pages created by students anonymously, where students can go in anonymously or go to like an anonymous Google Docs form and basically insult people or make inappropriate sexual comments about specific students. Then that shows up on the Instagram page, and there's no accountability. That's just one example. I've also heard of people making YouTube videos about other students. I don't know how, I don't know the implications of how much we can be involved, but certainly that's going to impact the morale of our students at school. And so maybe if you can create a board communication about how much we could be involved with that, and if possible, I would love to see that as a subcategory in the future and see how we can address that, because I do think that's important.
We agree, and actually it wasn't that long ago. I'm trying to remember how long ago, but I would say within the the past year, maybe 18 months, we oftentimes get requests for survey information and things of that. And there was one that was inquiring about this very topic, that the types of incidents and the frequency of incidents that were associated with social media. And that's actually started the conversation. And this is resurfacing that conversation of when we're doing this. And we're always aware that as teachers are doing this work and administrators, what's the user friendliness of Synergy, but to have a drop-down box to just say yes or no, and then you can get into are we describing exactly what it is? Even if a first step is a yes or no, we're going to see large numbers of our situations that there was social media connected to a conflict in school.
Yeah, and as I believe you mentioned, or someone else mentioned, that oftentimes those issues are coming to school and then, creating further issues. So I really would like to see that.
Right, you're exactly correct.
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay, thank you. And then just to quickly echo or to piggyback, I guess, a little bit on Mr. Vargas's comment about discipline sometimes being a burden to teachers. And I know you responded to that, but I do just want to say that I believe their perspective is valid, and so I do hope we're offering supports as much as possible, and it sounds like we are. So I hope we can continue to do that and look at how we can improve.
And Ms. Moore, we do meet. I have monthly meetings with Mr. Sutter and EGEA leadership. And it's a great opportunity because there may be times when we actually aren't hearing it. There could be teachers that are going to administrators and we're working through that. But we can hear from them. It could be internal communication, and they're great partners with us when they are hearing things, and how widespread is it and what extent is it, so that we're ensuring that folks understand the philosophy we have, but also if there are things that are burdening an individual or a group of teachers in a school, or how widespread is it, we absolutely need to address it. There's no question.
Okay, thank you. And then on page 19, I believe, when we were talking about, I think it was paraeducators, or I believe that was mentioned. I thought it was a little interesting that we had, if I'm correct, an increase in suspension rates in elementary age students with disabilities.
Yes.
If I'm correct. And one common thing that I hear from administrators, teachers, staff, parents is, and I think it's commonly known that we have issues staffing paraeducators. And I hear that most commonly in the elementary schools, just trying to keep paraeducators staffed and the high turnover rate and things like that. And so I just, kind of question if there's any correlation with that perhaps, because I think having obviously the proper number of paraeducators, and then also avoiding a high turnover rate, I think is important for those students as well. I know one dad told me his student had 7 different paraeducators in 1 year, and I think, it's a disadvantage to those students because then it's hard for them to create a relationship, I think, with when there's, a high turnover rate. I mean, that may be an extreme example, but I just think it's worth looking at, continuing to look at how we can recruit, retain, and support our paraeducators, and also give them the proper training and tools they need to be successful and to support our students. So again, I don't know if there is a correlation with that. I just wanted to mention that.
And what I would do is ask a couple of my colleagues over here that can speak to it, because it's the relational continuity between a child, any child, and in particular children with disabilities. That continuity is crucial. And we do have situations where kids can experience turnover and multiple people. I'll let my friends Amrik and Corey share with you exactly what we're doing. We were in cabinet yesterday looking at job descriptions and doing those types of things, but they can share with you exactly what we're doing to recruit and retain. high-quality people. It's an important factor, for sure.
Thank you, Mark. That's a great question, Ms. Moore. Not only that, I think one of the things you said that's really important is with children with disabilities, consistency and relationships really matter. And so we have made a considered effort, and Corey will add to it, but we have a collaborative team meeting with HR and special ed every other week. And the focus this year has been staffing in that meeting. And one of the things we have done, and I also want to call out our fiscal friends, because we've also made a big effort this year to move away as much as possible from agency paras to hiring our own for the same reasons, right? We want continuity, we want relationships, so we've made a big effort in trying to hire our own paraeducators. Don't ask me for the data, I don't have it at there, but this is probably the first year in a long time we've had more staff who are EGUSD staff than agency staff in our special education classrooms. And that's because of all the focus that we've had in hiring our own. Now, is it perfect? It's not, right? It's not perfect. It's a work in progress. But one of the things we have done this year is work with the special ed team and HR and identify what we call our priority vacancies. We've looked at which classrooms we think we've had challenges with staffing, we've had challenges with turnover, and let's make sure we get those classrooms filled first so that we can mitigate some of these challenges. And we actually track it every week. One of the things we talk about every other week when we meet is how many paraeducators have we hired from the last time we met. And we look at that, we look at the priority, we work with special ed and HR to get them hired as soon as we can, or even hire them as substitutes to get them going while we still do the HR paperwork. But that has been a focus this year with HR and special ed.
Hi, these are great questions. Thank you for raising them. I'll also talk about systems pieces that we're working on to add to what Maricas just said. As Mr. Cerruti called out, we're doing a deep review of our paraeducator job descriptions to help us be more competitive with being able to recruit folks who are also eligible to work for our agencies, who may not be currently eligible to work for us. So we're doing a review of those job descriptions. And we're also taking a look at our systems for hiring. So as you know, we primarily do hiring off of our EdJoin and our internal processes for hiring. We are, and I don't want to get over our skis to share information before before it's time, but we are working on a different system to pilot with regards to our paraeducators that will reduce our hiring time significantly and make the process more efficient and less manually intensive for our staff. I'm seeing some head nodding, so I think you know what I'm putting down here. So we'll be sharing some additional information with regards to that as well.
Thank you. And then on page 21, we did mention campus supervisors. I just think it's important we continually evaluate the staffing ratios that we use and rationales that we use for campus supervisors, specifically at our secondary sites, to possibly mitigate some of these issues and ensure campus safety, and then also ensure they also have the proper training needed to deal with various issues. So I would just like to see that we continue to look at that. And then the last thing I wanted to just point out is that I believe on the same page we mentioned connecting with families and building relationships, and I appreciate that we're doing that. It sounds like we do that in almost every case, and I hope we do that in every case. Obviously, unless for some reason that's not applicable, but or appropriate. But I believe that building those relationships with families and connecting with them, then we become a team, kind of like Ms. Baldwin said. And I believe that the more people we have on the team, the more we can support our students and the parents want to be involved. So I appreciate we're doing that. That's all. Thanks.
We agree wholeheartedly. Ms. Baldwin's a personal example, and thank you for sharing that, is an example. If the school The teacher and the school are closely connected and positively connected with the family. It can take a while, but there's very little that we can't accomplish with those kids. And so it is essential to everything that we do is having a strong relationship with our families. Couldn't agree more.
Thank you. I had a few quick things. The paraeducator has been a very big focus for a while, and I personally count how many paraeducators we add and subtract every time I'm given a list. And I'll proudly report that for this list, we added 17. So it's on the right trend. The work is working. Thank you very much. And I hope when we make things easier and faster, we can do it for our substitutes too. It's a long process. Okay, page 12. I think I've done this every year. I've seen this, and I have to recognize the teacher manage things can grow. The teachers do a lot for us, and I just don't want to make this pass without saying thank you to the teachers, which has been brought up, but I also feel very important. I want to say about our report is we know our data is not where we want it, and I am just so proud that we share out the way we do. That we are very honest and very open, and we don't shy away from this data or these issues or try to hide it. And I think it's disappointing. Like we've done restorative justice, we've done our equity work. I mean, it's hard to sit up here and think, what else can we do? It's been millions of dollars we've put to try to change this, and so I just want to challenge to a recommitment to improving the lives for our subgroups and to changing these and making change in the right direction again. And I also want to recognize this is the first half of a year, and if we're succeeding in our education, the second half should be better. So it shouldn't be a double of this. It should, hopefully it does this and we learn. So when you do bring things back, I would love if we could look at end of 2024-25, mid-year 25-26, and then end 25-26, and see how that's working. I would appreciate that. I think the trusted adult relationship mapping Ms. Lavasser spoke about is an incredibly powerful tool. I've seen it in elementary school with check-in, check-out. We use it, and it's had great success, I know. So I think that is something new, and sometimes some of those aren't even expensive. It's an investment in relationships and an investment in our seeing children as humans that have had trauma that I can't imagine. Many of us can't imagine what they've lived through, and giving them a trusting place to be. And possibly then they're able to share the other stuff that's going on in their lives, and then we do get an ear to the ground, a new place it provides for us. So I'm excited about that. Huge congratulations to middle school. This is the first year they've rocked it. I mean, this is amazing. Middle school is tough, like has been said. I think it's very important. We had homeless. I had a report from a number of staff members that our foster student numbers are going down as our foster houses in our areas have gone down, and our homeless students, and I mean, so sadly, are going up. And they are our subgroup. They are a focus. They are people so in need to break cycles that we need to help. So I would like to see them tracked on them all. And I think tracking the social media, I'm just going to echo that. I think that will give us the data to have a conversation with families and whole schools. It's easy for me to go and say, oh, that wouldn't be my child. But when you go to the school and they say, this many incidents have something to do with it, you go, ooh, that might be my kid. Yeah, I mean, it changes the conversation from this could be, or we think this is a part of it, to this is how much of a part of it is, and it just brings that reality to families. And I think gathering that would be really important. So thank you so much for the presentation, all of you. I think we are finished with this.
If I could, ma'am, just
yeah.
just very quickly. And first of all, thank you for your feedback, and thank you to the entire board. In terms of the report format, obviously after these meetings, cabinet meets, and I'll work directly with Superintendent Riley in terms of any changes to the format, the data formats and things like that. we're here to support you so that you and the community can get the data that they need. And like I said, you'll get a significant data dump, not necessarily the best term to use, but you're going to get a lot of it on Friday. But how we present it and what we have, always open to adjusting that, whether it's varying years and things of that nature. And the only other thing that I would add is I appreciated what you said, Madam President, because you were reflecting a little bit in terms of there can be frustration, and all of us feel it. In some ways, I go home every day feeling frustrated and excited and feeling positive. Because if we could figure this all out, we would have figured it all out, and we would then be living in wherever, because everyone would have come to us for the answers. I'm not throwing my hands up and saying we don't, but I'm going to make a statement, and there could be people who disagree with this. And that is, when you were saying, what more can we do, or what can we do? What can we do? And I actually think we know what to do. I do. I believe we're doing the right thing. We just need to do it better and get better at it. Because it comes down to academics, it comes down to behavior, and it comes down to the social emotional development of students. So we've got a model and we've got frameworks, and we're getting better at evaluating those frameworks. We're getting data to a level where we actually are working to be able to provide our schools. We're piloting this, and I'm getting over my skis. I'm watching my boss right now, and he's going to be shaking his head. But it's actually pretty exciting what we're able to do, because when our sites are making their LCAPs, and I promise I'm not going to wander around here, and we're not talking about LCAP right now, but our sites they write behavioral goals into their site LCAP, just like we have it in the district LCAP. Well, our wonderful research and evaluation department has developed a methodology where we will set the goals for them, because we have an analytic means of putting together what are termed predictive growth measures. And so as a former principal, if my reading score was supposed to go up and it was at 45, you'd sit with the group and go, let's try 50. You'd want to improve, right? But it would just be a random number that you just picked. Well, they're not random anymore. And my reason for asking that or sharing this is we'll be able to do it to the student level. So we could come up with predictive growth measures for every single student, and a teacher would be aware of what that is. Now, I'm looking at James right now, and he's going, wait a minute now, what are we doing? And this has nothing to do with evaluating. What I'm talking about is, I think we do know what we're supposed to do. The instructional framework works, and PBIS can work. And SEL, we have curriculum, but we're still new into that. And having all teachers teaching and knowing how to do that, and not just teachers, but MTSS and our systems getting better, there isn't anything new. We continue to learn more about the brain and brain function for sure, and things get refined, but the principles that we have in our instructional framework are no different than the principles when I was going back and getting a teaching license from the University of Wisconsin. They were there, but what we've done is we've refined it and defined it, and what does it look like, and how do you do it, and what does it sound like, and we're asking kids their experiences. So I would just say I don't believe that we don't know what to do. I believe we know exactly what to do, and we just need to get better.
I love that idea. And I love the idea that seeing our students and our families as humans, which is one of our goals, is a game changer. I really believe that for our kids.
Thank you, ma'am.
Okay, board, we're a little behind. But I don't like to think of us as behind, because the reason we have these day meetings is for you to have me not to be staring at you after 5 minutes with a glaring eye, but to encourage you to ask all your questions so we can learn. The topics we pick for these days are deep topics, and that's why we have them. So I wanted to propose a change in the schedule. Would we be amenable to eating at the dais while Ms. Resendez presents her material? I will ask that we aren't actually on camera. We could be seeing the slideshow. But we could take a 10-minute break right now, get to our lunches, get lunch here at the dais. We can eat While Ms. Resendez does her presentation, we can take a 5-minute break to clean up and then come back and ask questions.
Yeah, sounds fine with me.
That sound fine? Okay, so we're going to take a 10-minute break now, then we'll have Ms. Resendez, and then we'll take a 5-minute break when she's done, and then I'll start with questions. Welcome back, everyone. Thank you. Ms. Resendez? Hold on one second. Sylvester, will you let Mr. Yang know we're starting? He's right outside. I'm going to grab Ms. Bowen. James, we have plenty. All right. All right, I think we can start. Thank you. This is our legal update.
Thank you. Good afternoon. Thank you for having me here today. I'm one of the school district's legal counsel, Karen Resendez with Lozano Smith. And we have a brief survey. It's brief because there's so much more that we could cover and discuss, but it may not feel brief to you. There is a lot, and one of the themes for all the districts in California and for Elk Grove is that every time new legislation is passed, it means a great deal of work and insufficient funding to do the work. And so this presentation is the same as the others. There is more to do, and so we're going to be talking about that throughout the presentation. So before I get into the substance, I always like to share with the board how many new pieces of legislation were passed by the state of California in the prior session. So this year, there were 917 bills that were passed, and of those bills, 794 were signed into law. And most of those were signed into law effective this month. Some were urgency, and we might talk about some of those. So that's just California new laws from December to now, 794 new laws. Then you layer upon that all the California cases, and you layer upon that all the federal cases, federal law, and federal issues. And it is a very active and intense time for public education as it relates to new laws. And it's all evolving and changing for all of you to be able to oversee. And so keep in mind that what you knew last year or the year before with respect to law is very different today, and what you knew last week is very different today. So every day it's changing and evolving. We're going to talk about AI right now and how that's not necessarily going to help you keep up either. So we'll talk about that. So the first bill that I want to share with you is AB 1390. And for decades, school boards have received basically volunteer levels of compensation for the work that they do. And this most recent legislative session, that was reviewed and analyzed by the legislature, and it was determined that new compensation tiers should be identified based on the workload of school board members and based on the ADA of those school districts. So whatever the prior year's ADA was will determine board compensation going forward after a school board takes action to approve adoption of the terms that are included in AB 1390. So AB 1390 is codified in the Ed Code under 35012. If you want to look at the details and different size districts and how they relate to Elk Grove Unified School District. Elk Grove Unified School District is in the range that is from 25,001 students to 60,000 students. So this year the threshold for that is 3,000 per month. And then as the board grows, it could go up to $4,500 a month. So that's currently codified, approved as new law. In order for the board to consider action to implement the new law, the board will have an opportunity to review and consider the legislation, subcommittee recommendations, policy reviews, and updates. There are additional rules in this new legislation that apply to student board members and provides an opportunity to provide student board members either with elective course credit or with some sort of a stipend or compensation. That will be another thing that the board will be looking at. When board members are absent, for various reasons, there is an opportunity to look at when those absences can be approved by the board as excused through a board resolution process. That's also included in the legislation. And in those instances where there is a regular board member absence, it's proportional to the number of board meetings that are held during that month, determines what the compensation will be for that month. So you will get more and detailed recommendations and information in your subsequent board meetings about this topic and the process for implementing this updated law. Okay? So I'm going to cover a couple of really important cases that are out there that the school district is focused on and paying attention to. The first one I'm going to emphasize is important is the Mahmoud decision that was decided last summer. In that case, the U.S. Supreme Court held that a district's inclusion of LGBTQ+ storybooks at the elementary level, as well as the decision to withhold notice to parents and to prohibit opt-outs, substantially interfered with the religious upbringing of children and imposed a type of burden on religious exercise that was impermissible. So that's what the Supreme Court held, but it's helpful to have more of a context regarding this case so you can understand what that means to Elk Grove Unified School District. So this was a case that involved a very large school district in Maryland, and I think they have 159,000 students, so big. Even in Elk Grove's world, big. And that school district at one point had an opt-out and notice provision with regard to LGBTQ and other types of curricular material. And they eliminated that notice and opt-out process. In California, you're familiar with the notice and opt-out process when it comes to comprehensive sexual health, where parents are given an opportunity to opt their students out of that curriculum. So in that district in Maryland, they had that opportunity, and then the school district decided to remove that opportunity because of the challenges for teachers and administrators in administering the opt-out process and providing alternative curriculum. They were focused mainly on elementary students, so kindergarten through 5th grade, and there were books that the district adopted as part of its English arts curriculum, and they identified these particular storybooks to provide more of a voice and more recognition of the people in their community. They wanted to have more representation of the folks in their community. And so they adopted these books. They did have opt-out, they did have notice, and then they eliminated it. Why am I emphasizing that? It's because the Supreme Court, when they were looking at the free exercise of religion and they were looking at options to be able to accommodate parents' desire to identify curriculum that might interfere with their religious upbringing of their children, they looked at what was done before and they said, you've done this before, you can do it again. And so in balancing the rights of the parents with the desire of the school district to reflect a more representative curriculum for their students, they looked at those different perspectives and they said, because it could be done before, it can be done again. This case is still fairly new, and it also reflects probably what the status is in many states throughout the U.S., not in California, but other states in the U.S. that have had a long-standing opt-out process, notice and opt-out process. Like I said, we have it in California for sexual health, but other states have had something similar to that, with regard to LGBTQ+ and other things like evolution and other topics that parents can opt out with respect to. So in looking at the actual curriculum, the actual storybooks, it's kind of unusual, but the U.S. Supreme Court did include the titles of the books that they were looking at. And they emphasized the normative nature of how the storybooks were used as part of the curriculum. What I mean by that is that the court looked at the training that accompanied the curriculum and found that the training had a judgment call, good or bad, right or wrong, and that's the normative piece with regard to the instruction related to the storybooks. And they did not address in this decision simply the identification of representatives from various communities in curriculum. They were really focused on storybooks that included this normative aspect where there was a right or wrong component to how the curriculum was provided, not simply the identification of what I would call people in protected groups. Okay, so that's the Mahmoud decision. So how are school districts implementing it? Every district is doing it a little bit different, and there wasn't a roadmap. And this case actually was a preliminary injunction decision, and so there still could be additional case law that follows from this Supreme Court decision on this preliminary injunction. But right now, what most school districts are doing is either providing an opt-out form for parents, communicating with parents about what's the specific instructional material, supplemental or curriculum that they are focused on that they believe substantially interferes with a sincerely held religious belief, and how that curriculum and their sincerely held religious belief connects to interference with their students' religious upbringing. And so those three factors, specific curriculum, sincerely held religious belief, and an impact on their religious upbringing, have to be strung together to result in an opt-out. And so a lot of districts are providing a form, or if a form is provided, going through that process to determine when a student is opted out of that curriculum. Okay. I know you're eating. I'm just going to keep going through and know there will be questions on these cases. The other big case that is currently going through the courts, both through the Ninth Circuit and is on an emergency request at the U.S. Supreme Court, is the Mirabelli case. Some people call it Mirabelli versus Olson. Some people refer to it as Mirabelli versus Bonta. This is a case where at the district court level, there was a decision made, and then I'm just going to talk procedurally quickly, and then we'll go into what the substance is. So there was a decision.
Hold on 1 second. Can we get the right slide up?
Oh, sorry. I'm just talking away.
Thank you.
So with the Mirabelli case, there was a decision at the district court that found that with regard to gender information, that parents have a right to access that information. The Ninth Circuit Court of Appeals stayed that decision, and that means they said that lower court case cannot be implemented pending full appeal review of this case. Then the parties, the plaintiffs in this case, appealed that decision to the full Ninth Circuit en banc, which means the entire Ninth Circuit panel, not just a 3-person subset of that panel. And the plaintiffs in this case also appealed and requested an emergency order through an emergency application to the U.S. Supreme Court to intervene. So you've got the Ninth Circuit case that's outstanding. You've got the U.S. Supreme Court case that's pending. So both these venues are looking at this case. As of the last several days, Both parties, including the state of California and other parties, have filed multiple briefs with the U.S. Supreme Court supporting or defending the Ninth Circuit's decision, or going against that Ninth Circuit's decision. And there's also similar pleadings that have been filed with the Ninth Circuit. So where does that leave us now? So here are the topics that are being considered, or the questions, the issues that are being presented. One question is, do parents have the right to gender information based on the 14th Amendment to the U.S. Constitution, using substantive due process as the basis for that information? Question one. Do parents have the right to gender information based on the First Amendment, free exercise of religion? Question number three. Do teachers have the right to provide information to parents under their First Amendment right to the free exercise of religion? And then number four, do teachers have the right to communicate accurate information regarding a student's gender that's presented to the teacher or to staff? Did they have the right to accurately communicate that information to parents? And so all of this started in San Diego with Escondido Union School District and with two teachers who filed this lawsuit. We've got two jurisdictions levels that are reviewing this decision. And right now, the focus is on whether or not the underlying decision in a San Diego district court should be put on hold while the whole case is reviewed. And where we are at this minute is there is no final decision in this case, and there is no action for the school district to take at this point. And there are various perspectives in terms of what is the law. And in talking to clients about this issue, I hear things like, well, just tell me what the law is and we will comply with the law. And I try to explain, we don't know yet, and we won't know for a while. It is possible that the U.S. Supreme Court might issue some sort of a stay, or it could be a combination of a stay and an intervention. It is possible that that could happen in the near future, but we don't know till we know. And so depending on when you Google this topic, you're going to hear different perspectives about what the status of this case is, because at one point, the answers to these questions were yes, parents and teachers have the right to communicate on this topic. Then if you Google it a couple months later, the answer would be no. That decision was wrongly decided, is what the Ninth Circuit said. And then you have the most recent appeals and petitions to the U.S. Supreme Court and also to the Ninth Circuit as a whole, saying, no, we don't agree with your initial ruling on an injunction. So there is no answer at this minute, whatever this minute is, 12:45. There's no answer right now that I'm aware of. So stay tuned. You're going to get updates on this topic. Okay. Next case, Berkeley's People Alliance versus City of Berkeley. So imagine if you're the City of Berkeley and you're holding a city council meeting, and you've got a member of the audience that's very agitated and loud and disruptive. And that member of the audience doesn't stand down when the city council asks for them to comport themselves and not be disruptive. After multiple attempts to try to ask this member of the public to not disrupt their city council meeting, the city council took a break and moved into a smaller room to continue their meeting. They invited the media to go with them to continue their meeting so that they wouldn't be disrupted by this individual. The court in this case said that they couldn't do that. A lot of school districts, city councils, county boards, a lot of different legislative bodies will do that. And so this isn't an unusual thing that they did to reconvene in a different room. Oftentimes, it's perceived that convening in another room is less problematic than physically escorting someone who won't leave the room so that you can continue with the business, in this case, of your school board meeting. Well, in this case, the court said, no, you can't reconvene in a smaller room. You can kick people out. You can ask them to leave. You can require them to leave. You can order them to leave. But you cannot go into another room to continue your meeting. So logistically, that could be very challenging, as you might imagine. So where we are in this particular case, it's good for us to know that if we're ever in that situation. The case is still traveling through the courts, so ultimately we will find out if the courts believe it is a Brown Act violation or not, but at least at this point, the California First District Court of Appeal did rule that clearing the room is the option. You always have to leave members of the media if you clear the room, but leaving the room and reconvening in a different room is not an option. So there'll be more updates on this particular case. All right, so on to some new legislation. Truancy, so we heard that earlier. It removed the concept of a misdemeanor for parents whose students were truant. And so that allows school districts to work more closely with parents without the stigma attached to this is a crime, right? So you heard more about that. Lot of information from your district administrative team on student discipline today, but there's a new aspect, and that is an opportunity with the rehabilitation plan before readmission of a student. If for some reason the student is unable due to financial or transportation reasons or constraints or lack of opportunity to complete that rehabilitation plan, that can't be a factor in denying readmission at the end of the expulsion process. That's a new requirement. New legislation on holidays. So frequently the state legislature will add opportunities for additional holidays. So in this case, they added through AB 268 Diwali as a list of state holidays that can be authorized. That would require collective bargaining and an agreement with all of your labor groups. And it would also not reduce the number of instructional days that you're obligated, or work days that you're obligated to have. So it's not as though you can add a holiday and reduce the school year by a day. You would have to move the calendar, so that it matched the holidays that you do have. But there is an opportunity to consider that. The next piece of legislation deals with Title IX and protecting students from sexual harassment, including sexual assault. The FBI has expanded the definition of sexual assault and to include criminal sexual contact, which is a broader range of misconduct than what was included in Title IX before. So now Title IX has been expanded to additional types of contact that involved sexual contact. All right, this one, SB 848, this is one that the board needs to understand is a huge shift in California law. This has massive implications in terms of time and effort by your school district. This adds an entire program designed to protect students from people who may have engaged in child abuse or other very egregious misconduct towards students. It adds an entire layer regarding classified employees that didn't exist before. In the past, or currently, for certificated employees, if someone resigns or retires during the pendency of an investigation into serious misconduct, the school district is required to report that termination of employment to the Commission on Teacher Credentialing. And the Commission on Teacher Credentialing has an entirely separate process where they evaluate the information provided by the district, by the employee, and determines if there's any consequence with regard to their credential. It's like a licensing process. And they can suspend, they could admonish, they can revoke credentials, they can do a lot with regard to consequences for someone who engages in egregious misconduct. A system like that does not exist right now for classified employees. And so this adds this whole other layer that didn't exist before. Over the last couple years, there were enhancements to the process that exists for credentialed employees, where credentialed employees have been required to provide every single educational employer that they've worked for in the past when they apply for a new job. So if I'm a teacher and I want to work for Elk Grove Unified School District, and I work for Alameda County Office of Education, a private school, Pleasant and Unified School District, wherever else I've worked, I would have to list every single education-related employment that I had in the past, and the school district would be required to check on all of those to determine whether or not there had been a history of egregious misconduct in the past. So that was just put in place. This additional layer now loops in classified employees into a similar system. So school districts are now required to do a number of things that I'm going to go over. One is if the CTC, the Commission on Teacher Credentialing, receives funding through the state budget to allow it to create a new database system like what we have for teachers, then districts are going to be required to report, just like we do for teachers, any classified employee that engages in egregious misconduct and the results of any consequences at the district level. The district will also be required on the other end of that to check all applicants, all classified applicants, to determine whether or not they're listed on the statewide system once that system is up and running. Before I leave this slide. So if I'm a classified employee, just like as a teacher in the example I gave, I'm going to have to list every single school district, every single educational institution, even if it's private, the history and contact information, so the school district that I'm applying to can check, and the school district's required to check every single one of those entries. So you can imagine how time-consuming that's going to be to check. The district on the other side or the private school on the other side is obligated to respond with information. So it's a mutual obligation. Both the potential employer has to get all the information and they have to check, and the prior employer has to respond to the inquiries and share any sort of egregious misconduct. Egregious misconduct are things like sexual assault, child abuse, very serious crimes involving drugs. Those are the kinds of things that's defined in the Ed Code, egregious misconduct. So there's liability if either party in that mutual communication cycle doesn't comply. If the district doesn't, if in this case, if the potentially hiring district doesn't check every one of those prior employees to determine if there was misconduct, there's liability for the hiring employer. If the, I'm going to call them the sending employer, the prior employer, doesn't send the information to the potential hiring employer, there's liability for that entity. So for Elk Grove Unified School District, you're going to need to create systems to gather the data from applicants, vet all of the data that they provided with prior employers, bird dog, is that a real word? Follow up with prior employers to make sure that they've responded, that they prioritize responding in a timely manner before they make hiring decisions. So you can see how that might be a cog in your efforts to really turn around in, the selection of employees. And so a lot of new obligations, but wait, there's more. So the other thing that before July 1, the school district has to do is adopt a professional boundaries policy. And you already have professional conduct policies, so it's going to be in conjunction with that or a modification of that, but it's supposed to address boundaries between pupils and employees, adult volunteers, and they define adult as over 18 and over, school contractors, between pupils, between adults employed and volunteering or under a contract. And the policy is supposed to address appropriate limits and appropriate limits on contact between pupils and employees, volunteers, and contractors, and it includes via social media, internet platforms, texting, and other forms of communication that do not include the student's parents or guardians. So you've all heard of cases of grooming and other misconduct where the use of texts are used between a school employee and a student. Those are the kinds of things that your policy needs to address and regulate against, unless the student's parent is included on those types of communications. There now needs to be new policies, plans, and specifications on that. And that has to be done by July. It also includes that the protection of students will be supplemented in your comprehensive school safety plans. So this comprehensive school safety plans have to address additional supervision and protection of children from child abuse, neglect, and sex offenses, assess crime committed on school campus, and the idea behind this legislation, the intent of it, was for staff to be trained on the comprehensive school safety plan. It also enhanced who's a mandated reporter. It expands who's a mandated reporter to volunteers over 18 and contractors whose duties require contact with or supervision of pupils. So this is just another layer of training that's required. Board members, employees were always part, or have been for a long time, part of the mandated reporting obligations, but this adds a new category of folks. Okay. There's additional terms regarding what needs to be included in the training and who needs to receive the annual training. And all of the training and proof of the training must be completed within the first 6 weeks of when they start. So there's a huge turnaround time. Volunteers are those folks that are with your students when there is no parent, guardian, or school employee. It limits who is a volunteer a little bit, but still think about how many times you have volunteers that are in a room or on an activity with students alone. Okay. We're going to switch gears. We're going to talk about immigration action. So a year ago, President Trump issued an executive order titled Protecting the American People Against Invasion, and they included a plan to enforce immigration laws. And in the past, prior to that executive order, there were understandings about what areas were accessible for immigration enforcement. One of the areas that were limited were schools. Another area was churches. So there were certain areas that were deemed to be disruptive for purposes of immigration enforcement actions. Those locations, the rules regarding those locations, those were revoked last January. And so Elk Grove has a board policy regarding responses to immigration actions, and your policy requires that schools continue to be safe and welcoming places regardless of citizenship or immigration status, that no student shall be denied equal rights and opportunities based on immigration status, and that information regarding the student, so student records, are not released for immigration purposes without a parent or guardian's consent or a court order or a subpoena. So normal protocols for FERPA in terms of student records, normal confidentiality protocols. And our policy says that the district protocols should be followed if an immigration officer or an agent appears on a campus requesting information or to access the campus. I'm going to talk about the campus because there's public areas of a campus, like a school office, and then there are non-public areas or private areas where either employees only are allowed or students and employees are present. So just going back in time, 1982, I still remember the music from then. Back then, Plyler versus Doe says that a student may not be denied public education based on their immigration status or the immigration status of their parents. So that's been in place for a very long time. In terms of some of the guiding legal precepts, when we are enrolling students, there's a process for establishing residency and age. As part of that process, we have to be careful about the information that we're using so that it doesn't chill an undocumented student's access to an education. This is just a reminder, all student records are confidential and cannot be disclosed to an unauthorized person unless the parents consent or there's some sort of a lawful exception to the rule, like a subpoena, judicial order, or there's an emergency, exigent circumstance. So California adopted new legislation that says that any officer or employee of an agency conducting an immigration enforcement action is prohibited from entering a non-public area of a school without a valid judicial warrant, in other words, signed by a court, a judicial subpoena, also signed by a judge, by court, or a court order. So does that mean they can't be on campus in public areas? No, they can be on campus now because the order that was previously in place was revoked, but under California law, they're only supposed to be in public areas unless they have a court order or some other type of judicial order. There are also new laws regarding notice, not just to families, but also to employees. One of the laws state that if the district receives notice that there's going to be some sort of an audit or review of your immigration documents, and you're required when someone's employed to check their ability to work in the U.S. So do they have citizenship? Do they have other work authorization documentation? You are required to do that by law. If there's an audit of those documents and the district receives notice of it, the district's now required to provide notice to their employees. And also if they're, and to families, if they are anticipating or if they've received information about an enforcement action that is expected to occur on campus and we're aware of it, we're supposed to provide notice to our communities, our employees, our families, and the school board is also entitled to get information and notice if there is any sort of an enforcement action that happens on your campuses. Okay. There are some posting requirements. The state of California published a California Workplace Know Your Rights document, but there's a toolkit that's available online from the California Attorney General, and it has a lot of the notice requirements included in the new legislation as it relates to immigration enforcement actions. It's important to know that this is an extremely controversial, intense topic right now, and I think we're all very aware of it. Families and people are very concerned on both sides of the political debate, and it is something that does impact families and students in your district, just like every district in California. So again, Elk Grove Unified School District, like other state school districts in this state, are constantly trying to balance what does the law require in California, what is the federal law, what are the courts saying, is the reconciliation of those two laws, and then you as a board and your administration are trying to figure out, okay, what is the law right now, today, and what do we need to do to make sure we're complying with the law? And it's evolving. And so I hope you'll be patient with your legal counsel and with your team as you're navigating these issues, because they are very intense and complex, and everyone is trying to do the right thing by everyone involved. Okay. So another aspect of this is this concept of family safety plans. And this is the idea that families will want to identify in the event that they are detained, who can care for, pick up, make educational decisions for their children. And as part of the family safety plans, there's been an expansion of who can be a relative, who's authorized to execute a caregiver authorization affidavit, and who has rights for medical care and for other purposes. The definition of who is a relative, there was some language before that talked about what I would call friends, and it has been updated to include more family members, but some of the language regarding friends and neighbors have been removed. So it's been expanded and contracted in a few different ways. The definition of a relative is now an adult who's related to the child by blood or adoption, including step-parents, siblings, and all relatives whose status is preceded by the words great-great or grand, as well as the spouse of these relatives. Okay. The little document I showed you before is part of this SB 294, and it includes rights. In that document, it doesn't just cover immigration rights, it also includes labor rights, and they're hand in hand in this document, meaning the right to have a labor rep, the right to organize, the right to participate in concerted activities and negotiations and those things. So this is part of that document, and they've included both the labor aspects and the immigration rights aspects in the same notice. Employees may also designate a contact to be notified if they're arrested and detained, and the school district is required to notify that contact if we have knowledge, direct knowledge, that an employee was detained or arrested while at work or during the performance of their job duties. So this is a new obligation for the school district. Okay, new topic entirely. If a public employee engages in certain types of felony crimes, felony level crimes, they can lose their pension. They forfeit their pension. And so the types of crimes are really related to financial misconduct, so extortion, bribery, embezzlement, theft, perjury. If someone is convicted of that type of a felony, then they lose their right to their pension, as they should. Okay, next topic, catastrophic leave. So with all the fires in California and all the other catastrophes, the law has been expanded to permit an employee to donate leave to a catastrophic leave bank for a state of emergency. And so this would have to be negotiated exactly how it would be implemented in your district. You have different labor partner agreements that have different terms with regard to catastrophic leave programs, but this is an opportunity to provide support for colleagues, especially in the event of a state of emergency. Okay, student identification cards. So this adds a requirement for the back of those student identification cards to include, for grades 7 through 12, the hotline, suicide hotline, and LGBTQ plus hotline that is through the Trevor Project. So those are new requirements that start for next school year. Artificial intelligence. I'm so excited to talk about this. because I'm scared by it right now. So there are two definitions I included, but these are just two examples. One's California, one's NASA. I'm not going to read those to you. But what I am going to share with you is a few just in the last week, just in Karen's Life in the Week of Karen and AI issues that have come up. So yesterday, I want to make sure I have the right one. So first I'm going to talk about challenges and risks before I talk about opportunities. So yesterday, one of our clients received a Public Records Act request for all ChatGPT prompts and outputs going back to January 2023 to present for all district-managed ChatGPT platforms and any personal accounts for ChatGPT used for district business. And so we, as a law firm, are going through that PRA request and are trying to identify if that is a disclosable public record, if we are able to retrieve all of those prompts and outputs. So think how challenging it is when we receive Public Records Act requests for texts or emails. If whatever the platform is doesn't provide for it, what we're being told is it's basically a PDF for each of those prompts and outputs would have to be researched and will take an extraordinary amount of time because of the quantity of questions and answers that GPT is putting out for our clients, for every teacher, for every student, for every administrator, for every board member. And so several years ago, we had a similar case as it related to text for the city council in San Jose. And we thought, oh, the court's not going to require that every single text be produced that a city council member has. And the court at that time came up with a test. And the test was, if that text, even if it was between two board members, if that text was, what are you having for dinner tonight? That would not have to be produced. But if it had to do with, I'm going to be late for the board meeting because it relates to the school district's business, it would have to be produced. So this is just a whole new can of worms, technical term, for what we're going to be dealing with for Public Record Act requests. And so that came up this week. The other thing that came up within the last several weeks is, this week, one of the other things that came up is there are legal research platforms that are designed for attorneys to do legal research, Lexis, Westlaw. And if you haven't purchased their AI platform, they're probably going to call me after this, but if you haven't purchased their AI platform, they give you like a freebie. You do the regular legal research, and then they'll say, here's what you would have received through our AI platform. Well, we discovered that their freebie, in terms of here's what you would have received, included incorrect information. The legal platform for doing legal research that's designed to eliminate hallucinations and bias and other risks of using AI provided completely incorrect information. It's cited to a penal code section regarding the use of a firearm that did not relate at all to the use of a firearm. So that happened this week. And then the other thing within the last few weeks was the Public Employment Relations Board that adjudicates unfair labor practice disputes, different organizational structures for unions, duty of fair representation cases, received a pleading, a statement that had several legal citations and was completely fabricated by AI. And so in their ruling, they said, we otherwise would not issue a precedential decision in this case, but because the entirety of the legal analysis in this case was fabricated, we are going to publish it so that we can share that attorneys, people who are representing themselves, unions, If you fabricate using any means, any platform, there will be monetary sanctions. You're at risk of the case being dismissed or ruled against you. And that's like a small sliver of the number of judges that have issued decisions where people have been fined or sanctioned. AI is great. It's fun to go on. I call it sometimes a smart start, but it's only just a start. So be skeptical about whatever is produced. And when you're working on your board policies and you're making decisions, as you will regularly and pretty soon, keep some of these horror stories in mind because it is a significant risk of liability for the district. So that was the challenges and risks part of the story. The opportunities are huge. LA Unified attempted to do this, and if they were successful, it would have been great. However, the company that they worked with was unable to produce what they promised, and the company went bankrupt. But the idea was that parents and students could access an AI online platform, and they would be able to get access to their homework and support to help them improve in the areas where they were struggling. Wouldn't that be miraculous if that could be the case? And so there are huge opportunities to use AI, both to support your students and also to support your staff, because the theme for this legal update is that there is more and more work to do for teachers and staff, administrators, and not enough time to do it. So if there is a way to harness the power of AI, which is so enormous, to make some of your functions more efficient and effective, that would be wonderful. It's just as you're going through making those decisions, the importance of vetting whatever the product and the provider, the vendor is going to be one of the bigger jobs that you have. Some of the pro-AI people that are listening right now are going, stop talking. What is she doing? Okay, smartphones. So you probably recall when the law was passed to have students, when they were under the control of the schools, to not use their phones, and that was going to be taking place this July. And part of that law, it was AB 3612 in 2024, part of that law had exceptions for when students could have access to their phone. And one of that, the idea being, if you're in some sort of a traumatic experience, some sort of an attack on your school, and you want to be able to call your family and let them know you're okay, or what's going on, or law enforcement, there were exceptions to when a student could get access to their phone. And so now under this new law, they clarified those exceptions. So a school district can still, even in an emergency, prohibit access to the phone. So why would they do that? So in the first legislation, they said no phones during school time or when you're under the control of the school district. But in emergencies, students can have access. And now they're saying, well, there's going to be certain times when even in emergencies, they shouldn't have access. And the reason for that is, you can imagine there is an active shooter situation and phones are going off because parents somehow know what's going on the campus. They want to make sure their baby's okay. They're all calling. That noise from that phone could create exposure for those students. There's also apps, and my understanding is students can opt into it, where if the perpetrator is a student that's connected to those students, where they can see clusters of students on their app. So this group of students are here and they can see those students are together on the campus. That would be another example where, for good reasons, the first law was passed, but in light of the technology and the risks, they needed to make an amendment to the law. So the amendment to the law allows, if the school district addresses this problem through your policy updates, to limit use of phones, even in an emergency when the health and safety of students are potentially at risk. The next legislation regarding graduation regalia is an attire. It used to be that you could vet what people were going to use of religious or cultural significance prior to the graduation ceremony. So this law removes the pre-approval process. So it really becomes the parent and the student deciding whether or not what they're going to place on their cap or gown is of religious significance or of cultural significance. And the district is left basically at the last minute, right before graduation, determining if whatever that is that they choose to wear is disruptive. So if it is disruptive, you still have the authority as a school district to limit that attire, but you're going to have to make those judgment calls. Your administrators and the people who are supervising graduation are going to have to make those judgment calls real time, so it makes it more challenging. We've talked about the possibility of encouraging participation in a pre-approval process just to make sure that your child's graduation day goes really well. You can't require it, but that might be something that the district wants to consider as a voluntary pre-approval process just to have things go more smoothly on graduation. So there's a lot of challenges with students that have to transfer from one school to another due to military orders. And those challenges are exacerbated when you're a student with disabilities. And so this new legislation, AB 1412, addresses proactive steps to support students who are in that situation. They have to transfer with their parents. They have an IEP that needs to be implemented, and just expediting that process is part of this new legislation. Cyberbullying. I know that was a question earlier with regard to the data. So Education Code 48900R has quite a bit of language regarding the use of technology to electronically bully and create really negative educational experiences for students. So this new legislation focuses on the where of it all. So as you know, you can discipline students for what they do on campus, and you can discipline students for what happens before on their way to school and after on their way home. And often you can discipline students for conduct outside of school or outside that going and coming rule if their conduct outside of that environment has ripples and impacts on the school campus, causing a disruption on the school campus. This clarifies what that means with regard to cyberbullying. And so the California Department of Education is going to adopt a model policy, and I'm sure CSBA will adopt a version of that, and it addresses more directly that, which happens in the middle of the night at 2 a.m. that school administrators aren't aware of, that impacts school. It impacts kids' ability to get an education. It's talked about during the school day and is disruptive. It's harmful. So that severe and pervasive conduct that creates an intimidating or hostile educational environment is what will now be more emphasized in the law when it comes to disciplining students for engaging in that kind of conduct. Okay. New topic. You all need to know about this one, AB 640. So AB 640 requires that all school boards are trained regarding the content and adoption of school district annual budgets and fiscal penalties for not providing accurate information. So FICMAT is the organization that is supposed to develop the curriculum for that, and board members who are board members in April of 2027 must complete that training within a year by April 1, 2028. And for subsequent new board members, they have to do it within 1 year of their initial date of board member service. But for some of you, there's good news, because CSBA has a program, Masters of Governance, and if you have that certificate, bingo, you are already in compliance. So highly encourage those of you, because there's more to it than this fiscal aspect, but it's a really good program. Okay. So last topics, legal updates to the Brown Act. So AB 707 is a confusing piece of legislation, but let me break it down for you. So if you decide to research this and look at it on your own, you have some key terms to differentiate between what applies to school districts and what doesn't. So wherever it says all legislative bodies, that includes school boards. Wherever it says eligible legislative bodies, that is not you. That is not school boards. That's city council, county boards. Those are other legislative bodies, not you yet. Who knows? In the future, could be you, but not right now. All right, and so there's a definition of what these eligible legislative bodies are. Again, not you. It's only when they say all does it apply to you. And you're familiar with the traditional teleconference requirements. So if for some reason you know you're going to be out of town for work, you're going to be at a particular location, and you provide notice to the district of your location address. That address is on the board agenda. It's posted within the 72-hour notice requirement for a regular meeting and 24-hour notice requirement for a special meeting. And wherever you're located, wherever that conference room address is, it's open to the public, and you've put signage up that it's Elk Grove Unified School District's board meeting, then you can attend that meeting remotely, as long as members of the public can come in and make public comments from that location. So that's still in place. But they've enhanced the just cause provisions to encompass the emergency concept. And I'm not going to go into detail on these, but it is similar to what was in place for the last couple of years. They just combined the two, and the requirements are extremely onerous and challenging. And just to share a story from the field, one of my colleagues was at a school board meeting a couple weeks ago and was texting all of us urgently with a question, because they were attempting to do one of these remote meetings, and their two-way audio-visual platform, Zoom or Microsoft Teams, went down. And in those instances, you may not go forward with your meeting for a period of time. And so it really created quite a disruption for that particular school district. So there's lots of rules that come along with this. And can it be done? Yes, but not without great challenges. So I've included some of those challenges, 1 through 7, on that slide if you want to look into it in more detail. The other thing, there's some Attorney General opinion and rules with regard to reasonable accommodations. If there's a situation where a board member requires a reasonable accommodation, it's really important you let the superintendent know as far in advance as possible, so that we can determine what all of the audio, video, and other requirements and what you're required to report out when you are attending in that situation, including who's in the room with you if they're older than 18 years old. And then the disruption language that was in the Brown Act, that language has been extended. And so there's a script that you have to go through to make sure you comply with the Brown Act. If someone is disruptive, if someone goes beyond the time that's allotted, or they engage in some sort of a protest that's so loud that you can't hear each other and you can't transact the business you need to transact, where the district can order that someone leaves the meeting. And it also applies to teleconference meetings. You're all entitled to have a copy, or you're required to have a copy of the Brown Act. If you have that white bound book, we've already satisfied that requirement. The social media requirement has been renewed, and what this says is that you can respond and engage to questions that members of the public might have on social media regarding district business, but you cannot respond to even one other board member on social media. You can't post a heart emoji because you like what they're saying. You can't say, yes, I agree, for sure. But you can't directly respond to any social media post of any type by any one other board member. It's pretty onerous, but that requirement's continuing. And then the law also expanded who, within the definition of management, must have their salary schedules or their agreements read out before the board deliberates and makes decisions to approve those salary schedules or agreements. That must be done in open session at a regular school board meeting, so that the public knows what you're talking about. There is a new requirement regarding certain committees. I've listed those committees in bold. Those committees, it used to be that if there was a committee that was considered in such a way that would allow the public to participate with public comments, a committee that is subject to the Brown Act, that at a subsequent meeting, the public could be prohibited from revisiting that topic and their comments. Those limitations have been eliminated. So if there is that type of committee in this district in the future, there is no longer a limitation on public comments if someone wanted to make public comments at that committee meeting and then come to a board meeting and make comments again. There's no limitation on that. Make sure that your boardroom is accessible to the public, including Americans with Disabilities Act accessibility. And one of the things to be aware of is if someone needs to videotape or record the meeting because it makes the meeting more accessible to them, they are entitled to do that. There is no possibility of a rule that says no audio or video recording. Okay, questions?
Wow. All right, we'll get right to it. Mr. Vargas. No, I'm wrong. Ms. Ballerini.
Okay. I read all this at home too and thought, wow, that's a lot. And I still have pages of notes. Okay. I'm just going to ask a couple clarifying questions. So for the SB 848, the classified employee requirements, that includes temporary activity coaches and temporary athletic coaches as well?
You're asking because of the definition of classified.
Correct.
In the legislation, it says non-certificated. It doesn't use classified. I used a shorthand by calling them classified.
So it does include them?
So the answer is yes, it applies to them.
Okay, and is there, I didn't see anything on there about how much time the district has from the time they receive a request from somebody to answer. Is there a time?
I see. So we're the hiring employer. How long does the sending former employer have? I can check and find out for you, but I don't know.
I don't know.
I'll find out and we can put it.
Okay.
Yeah.
Let's see. Okay, so you already answered that one. Okay. The FCMAT AB 640, the MIG does cover it, and does it cover it forever, or do you have to retake the MIG classes?
If it applies if you're continuous, if you're continuing as a board member. If you stop being a board member for a period and then you are either reappointed or reelected, then you have to do it again.
Okay. I probably have more questions, but I can ask later if I think of them. Thank you for the complete report.
Thank you.
Thank you, Ms. Ballerini. Mr. Yang?
Yeah, thank you, Karen.
Sure.
A lot of great updates there. Appreciate that. Gonna have to reread some of them to use going forward. With that said, I am on slide number 13, executive order, immigration actions. That leads to slide 14, 15. Yeah, just wanted to say that, you know, with that slide and current situation, you know, that we have seen unfold in Minnesota, I think that has definitely a domino effect to the nation, to everybody. And as a school district, as our school district, we have a very high immigrant populations and students here. So my question will be, so let's just say, you know, just say hypothetically questions, right? So we have our own policy and so forth to protect our students and so forth. So let's just say if agents are outside of the school campus, right, waiting for students or whatnot, do we have any rights in regard to protect our students? You know, given the scenario that, hey, our students coming out of the campus, now they're off the school campus premise, then I could detain them. Do we have any say or any right to protect our students in those kind of scenario?
So the part of the hypothetical that I'm focused on is that they are no longer on campus.
Yeah.
And so if we believe that a child is at risk of being harmed or anything else, I would recommend that folks not intervene, but they call 911, and if there is a safety plan in place, to call those family members. There is no affirmative obligation for the school district in that scenario, and there is potentially some risk to intervene, especially if they're acting lawfully within their orders.
So in addition to that, let's just say, for example, a student is requesting to stay longer on our campus because they notice that there's ICE agent, you know, next to the school premise. Do we obligated to help them out as far as keep them at the school until further action could be taken where they feel safe and sound and ready to go home? Are we obligated to provide that kind of service and protection?
So with any student who presents to an employee of the district expressing fear or concern for their physical safety, it's going to be very fact-specific and fact-based, and it may warrant contacting the parent, the guardian, caregiver, to determine what the appropriate next steps are, but it's going to be very fact-specific. I can't give you a general answer with that particular scenario.
Okay. Yeah, so just wanted to recommend, and obviously I'm going to work with you guys off the board meetings, but I would like to say that it may be appropriate for us to provide some sort of educational workshop, if that's even a appropriate thing to do, to provide information for our immigrant students so that they have a better understanding of what we as school district provide as far as protection goes. I think a lot of them probably don't really know what's going on. And if they do, you know, just reassuring them that, hey, this is what we as a school district could protect you guys with and cannot protect you guys, and so forth, so that they have a clear understanding of, you know, what they're up against. Again, with what's going on in Minnesota, that has a trickle effect to all of us, especially the social media these days are, pretty much just an instant, kind of like a replay, for all of us to watch and see it unfold. So with that said, yeah, I'm just very concerned, and I want us to work on this and really address any way that is appropriate as far as educational purposes. And that's all I have for now. Thank you.
Yes. I'll work with Superintendent Riley, but I do know your district does have resources for your administrative teams that are shared with teachers as well, that may have some supports for staff dealing with these kinds of questions on the daily.
Thank you, Mr. Yang. Ms. Davis?
I have a few questions. On SB 848 on classified employees, do they have to report all jobs or just educational jobs?
There's a list of all the jobs they have to report. The shorthand of it is all private and public educational institutions.
Okay.
And it includes things like specialized programs for students with disabilities, and other youth programs are included in the legislation.
Okay. Also, the written policy is great to clear up what expectations are. The hiring process is going to be crazy. But does that written policy regarding behavior go towards our students that are 18 or older? Would they be covered, besides just a student expectation, would they be expected also to be covered under this AB 848 and our description there?
If they were hired, so two different kinds of situations. So for volunteers that are 18 or older, who are with students in an unsupervised volunteer capacity, they would also be subject to the training. They would also be a mandated reporter. For maybe existing students, adult ed students, or students that are 18 or older who are employed by the district, they too are obligated to provide all their prior education-related employer history to the district.
Okay, thank you. Also under AB 848, conversation I was having with Superintendent Riley was attendance records. Are those considered student records? Because we have CPS workers, social workers that come into offices all the time and are wanting to know or see the students' attendance records, or they're asking for parents' addresses or contact information. Do we just have to tell them no and refer them to the administrator and appropriate director?
It depends on the context of their work. If there's an educational reason to know, or if there's parent consent, or an exigent circumstance or emergency circumstance, or some type of court order. There's a lot of exceptions. FERPA would apply to addressing who is entitled to have access.
Okay, because that's an almost everyday situation in all the offices.
And many times in that day too. You're
Okay,
right.
on SB 294, we're on page 23, where it says that employees have a right to give notice of an emergency contact. Would we also have to extend that to volunteers who might be on campus at the same time? That if they were arrested, would we have to have an emergency contact to let them know they had been arrested?
Yeah, right now I'm not seeing that in the legislation, but I'll double check.
Okay, because there's a lot
That's
of
a good
people
question.
on campus. On page 25, AB 642, can the employee donate directly to another employee, or do we still have to use our catastrophic leave banks?
So how those catastrophic leave banks will be administered will be subject to negotiations. The only change in this law is, in addition to illness and other, illness of self or illness of family that may have been negotiated, you could also add a state disaster,
Okay.
state of emergency.
Okay, thank you. On AB 727, page 26, about putting the information on a student ID card. A lot of our schools go to electronic ID cards that doesn't have the ability to put that information. How would we resolve that?
I will need to double check with your district to see how they're doing it now.
Okay.
So if those electronic cards have the ability to include additional information.
They'd have to put it on
Yeah,
there.
and you may already be doing that with different hotlines for domestic abuse and suicide hotline.
Okay, thank you. The smartphone, that's a great one. I've been at the school site where we've had emergencies and we have parents knocking on the doors because the kids have called them, so.
Oh, yeah.
That is a great one. And I just wanted to clarify, SB 707 on the Brown Act, on page 33, it said on there, no requirement that remote location be open or accessible to the public. Is that wrong?
It's not wrong.
Okay.
There's two different there's multiple kinds of remote attendance. There's the traditional remote attendance, which is the first bullet, which does require public access to the space. And then there's the fairly new remote access that has all those other bulleted requirements. Doesn't require access to the remote location, but it requires two-way audio visual opportunities for the public to see you the entire time, for them to know who's in the room with you, to be able to make public comments through that same platform. And if that platform goes down for whatever reasons, the board has to cease for a period of time before it can continue with its meeting.
Okay.
So those are some of the examples, but that is a different category of remote attendance.
Okay, and my last question, and you know I always have lots of Brown Act questions.
It's good.
Can we support board members' campaigns or personal posts on social media? The ones that don't have anything to do with school district, like, oh, great picture of your grandchild, or hey, I'll be at your fundraiser. Are those allowed?
Campaign, no.
Okay.
Fundraiser, no. Anything connected to the school district, no. Personal, I would recommend against it.
Hey, Beth, can I ask a quick question?
Of course. Are you finished, Ms. Davis?
Yes, I am. Thank you.
Mr. Yang?
Yeah, just a quick question to clarify that. So if you can you give endorsement to your colleagues?
On social media?
Yeah.
No.
Okay. What about what about giving them fun?
Can you give them money?
Yeah.
Towards their campaign?
Yeah.
Yes.
Okay. So can they list your name on their webpage or their website?
As an individual, in your personal capacity.
Right. But then.
Not as an endorsement as a school board member.
Wait. So you saying that they just want to clarify that part, because that sounds like a tricky thing there. So let's just say if Beth was to run, right? And let's say I give Beth like $100.
Yes.
So she could, I mean, obviously it's going to be on her record, right?
Right. She has to report it. Yes.
Right. But then if she put on her website, say, hey, these are my sponsors, or I should say endorsement, right? Can she put Trustee Sean Yang on it? Can she do that?
She can put Sean Yang on it.
What about Trustee Sean Yang?
You've got some board policies, some rules, and in terms of when you're speaking in your role as a board member that we can talk about at another time.
And if I could just jump in really quickly, unless I'm mistaken, most individuals when they're running for office specifically state in there somewhere that if a title is used, it's only for identification purposes, and that is...
That's exactly. So, and the reason for that is if there is a title that's inadvertently used, that it's clear they're not speaking on behalf of the entity, the public entity.
Okay, so if she were to just list it Sean Yang, that would be fine without...
Yes, that would be fine. And if somehow that you're a board member was included and you had some magical legal language as a caveat, then that would be fine.
Okay. And then just to clear, one more thing. So what I heard from you is I cannot say, hey, I endorse BAF for school board. I cannot do that, right? On my social media, like let's just say Facebook account.
So what this law deals with is when one board member comments on another board member's post. So if you as a board member comment on another board member's campaign and say, I support this board member's re-election campaign, that would be a Brown Act violation under the current law.
Okay, got it. Thank you.
All right, Ms. Baldwin? Oh, yeah, Ms. Davis. This is why we have these kinds.
All right, I just want to make sure, if there's an outside person who's collecting signatures for a proposition that's on there, are we allowed to go on there and say that I support this or I'll sign that, or would that still be a no-no?
You have the right to support, and you have the free speech right to support any candidate or any ballot initiative. What you are not supposed to do is engage in anything that would violate the law regarding use of the district's equipment, property, time to advocate for a political matter. And so when you use your title as board member, there is a potential risk that it could be perceived that the school district is engaging in unlawful political activity. But can you sign a petition? Absolutely. Can you state your opinions on political matters? Absolutely. But can one of your board members comment in response to that post if it relates to school district business? No. And even if it's tangentially related to school district business, you put the board member at risk if you comment because it's a Brown Act violation.
Okay, thank you.
I just want to, if you come to something and you have a question, you should feel free to forward it to David, who can forward it to Karen, because it's better safe than sorry. Yeah. So that is part of why we have her. Ms. Baldwin.
Thank you. I think there was quite a few great questions to kind of clarify where we stand and coming into compliance with the new legislation that's passed. If possible, I think it would be great to just have a review, Superintendent Riley, of what we have in place for when immigration issues arise on our campuses or our properties, just so that we can review that. And then it would be great to see maybe an analysis of what might need to change based on the new revisions. And I think just to say it's important for families, any adult who care about people who look like me, please update your emergency contacts. It's going to be really important. Because we're in a place where immigration's very scary. And I have ancestors that have been in this land before immigration was ever a thing. But I know that we have a lot of families out there that are being targeted. And it's really unfair for our adults in our schools to have to figure out and decide what to do when faced with this kind of an issue. And it's important that we all be prepared. because it will affect us in capacities that we don't fully understand. And I just really hope that when it really hits us hard, that we will all stand together, united, to support our families. Because this is a truly painful thing that our country is experiencing and that our community is being faced with. So whatever we can do, I get liability, I get compliance with the law, whatever we can do to do what's best for kids and families, I think is very important.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Ms. Moore?
Thank you. Going back to, I believe it was page 3, to clarify, is it your recommendation that as a district we look into creating an opt-out form for Mumad versus Taylor?
So with regard to that case that currently is in place, and I know your district has been working on issues related to that in terms of any sort of request for opt-out. So I know that's in process. I'm not sure if that's been completed yet, but that would be something that we can follow up on and get you some information about.
Okay. Yeah, one of the CSBA workshops I took a deep dive into this, and their suggestion was that districts do create an opt-out form. So I was just wondering if you had more insight to that. But
yeah, our general advice has been to understand what curriculum and supplemental materials you have. Look at whether or not notice is required. There's always an opportunity for families to inspect curriculum. That's always been in place, and that's still there. And then have a form and go through what I call an interactive process to determine if those 3 elements are in place, and then make decisions based on that partnership with that family.
okay. On page 22 and I believe 21, when you discuss AB 495, could you give us a little bit more insight into that? I know that, I think you mentioned this, but the original form of the bill was not really specific at all with the adults that, I believe, that the adults that could gain essentially custody of your children, but it was revised to give more direction, correct?
Yes.
As you kind of indicated there.
Yes.
But that's still pretty broad. It could be like your great aunt's husband. I mean, like, would that be an example of how broad it could be?
Yes. So it's like a grant. Yes, they include great, or grand, as well as the spouse of these relatives. So
yeah,
it's very broad.
Yeah, that's very broad. And then also, can you explain how individuals could obtain the affidavit form for this process?
So if I'm a parent and I want to know how to, I'm sure every school site has that form available, or it's available online. Every district has that form. So it's just a matter of probably checking with your school site or your school site's website.
Yeah. Well, so I that's what I was kind of getting to, is that it's a form that can be easily found online by the said individuals that we just mentioned, correct?
Yes.
So what are possible loopholes that maybe could have unintended consequences? I understand that the intention of this law, but are there unintended consequences perhaps?
So as a parent, when I was filling out those forms, and, knowing the kind of work that I do, that I'm traveling, I was, in addition to my husband and my parents, you're very careful in terms of who you're going to list on that form, right? And if you're in a situation where you're concerned about immigration or some other law enforcement action, you may want to extend who those people are on that list, if it's possible that you may also be part of that enforcement action yourself. And so, yes, there are consequences with all of the things. So there's consequences with educational rights, making decisions regarding assessment plans, approving IEPs, medical rights to make decisions regarding a student's health care needs. So all of those considerations are things that I believe families need to think about before they make a decision regarding who goes on that form.
So my understanding, tell me if I'm incorrect, but my understanding is that an individual could obtain this form based on the relation in the description that you provided.
Mm-hmm.
They could obtain the form online, go to the school, and because I believe it, correct me if I'm wrong, but from my understanding, it was created so that if someone was deported and their child was left behind, that someone could go and, basically become the temporary guardian.
Caregiver. Mm-hmm.
Yes, and I understand that. But from my understanding, an individual, basically it's been labeled as the legally kidnapping bill, because an individual could take that form and go to a school and unenroll a child or remove them from school for the day, or as you said, the medical, give medical permission for medical treatment and so forth. And so that's what I was talking about with unintended consequences.
Oh, I see.
Have you heard about that?
I haven't, but that sounds like something I should look into.
Yeah,
Sounds
could
very
you maybe
serious.
get back to us? Because, I obviously I respect your legal expertise, but that's what I've heard from lawyers, and the research I've done is that there are unintended consequences where essentially a stranger could go around the intention of what that law was made for, and essentially take your child from school, and because without parental consent, like the form doesn't require any kind of notarization or anything like that, correct?
So no, but it has to be submitted to the school, and the school staff are going to review it. And if the person that's submitting the form isn't the lawful guardian or parent, they're going to question that before they accept that form. But I hear your concerns, and they're very serious, and I'll look into further that issue and also check with the district regarding the protocols they have in place so that something like that doesn't happen. We have issues in all school districts and schools that relate to child custody issues and temporary restraining orders and other actions that protect students from one adult or another adult, or in a different, particular situations, custody issues. And so a lot of care and education and training is provided to folks at school sites to be able to navigate that. And often it's still confusing. And when that happens, when it isn't clear who has educational rights or custodial rights regarding a student, they're going, in your district, they're going to run that up the flagpole to the next administrator who has more expertise. And if they're still unclear, sometimes there's competing custody orders, competing court orders, then they'll take it to legal counsel, and we determine by going directly into the court systems what is the most recent legal document order that applies to a particular child. And that takes time, so it's not happening real time. So I am concerned about the concern that you express, so I'm going to look into that further. But we do have a lot of protocols as school districts throughout California to address some of those challenges with custody and rights with regard to children.
Yeah, if you could maybe just let us know, because I would appreciate that, because from what you're saying, it sounds like that a parent would have to fill out that affidavit form in the event that a situation like that occurred. But the research that the information that I've heard is that any individual could take that form in and say, I'm now claiming whatever it would be, like guardianship or whatever of this child, and
I
I'm
see
going
what
to
you're
take
saying.
them home, or they're coming with me to get a medical treatment on their great aunt's husband, and I believe they have to show ID, but I also question what if we are equipped to verify, their I think they have to provide, like, what information do they have to provide? Are we equipped to verify that? Do we require parental consent? Because I've heard that we don't in this situation. Anyway, I would just like, if you could communicate that with us.
Yes.
So that we better understand, because I think it's really important that student safety is very important. And, schools have the emergency contacts in place, and I think that's very important. And there's a reason that parents put the emergency contacts on that list, because those are individuals that they trust for their children to care for their children in some sort of event like this or any other emergency. So I just want to make sure we understand the true implications of this law in the affidavit. So,
Yeah, I'm understanding the serious risk and concerns, and I'll work with Superintendent Riley to follow up on this topic with more information.
Yeah, I'd appreciate that. Thank you. And then is on AB 727, the ID cards, it's my understanding that the website that is provided is the Trevor Project. Is that correct?
Yes.
Yeah, and I do have some concerns with that. Obviously, I don't have any concerns, or I don't take any issue with us providing resources for subgroups as appropriate, and obviously, I think that suicide is a very important issue that we should provide appropriate resources for. But I do want parents to know that the Trevor Project gives kids access to an unregulated online environment, and the Trevor Space claims to be a safe space for youth age 13 to 24. And that's very concerning to me, because obviously that's grouping minors with adults. And so I'm concerned that again, I know this is law, but I just want people to be aware that this could potentially be exposing young teens to being encouraged to socialize with unvetted adults. And there's no system that verifies the age of the user, meaning that adults of any age could pose as a teenager on this website. And users can send private messages and images to each other. And some of the clubs that youth can access on this website include Our Dad's Sucks Club, Moms Are Overrated Club, Lovesick Lesbian Club. Also, other clubs include Satanism, Witchcraft, Furries, and Polyamory clubs.
Do you know if this suicide line is connected to that? I happened to be in the Senate committee hearing when this was brought up, and I just wondered what. I was getting the idea that it was a suicide lane, and I understand concerns with the Trevor Project, but that this was a separate piece. It's all called the Trevor Project, but the suicide line is a service that's over here, and it's by voice.
This has been tested by individuals that went in and were able to access all of these things. So I just think people need to be aware of, yes, the Trevor Project may have multiple resources, but this is one that can be accessed through their website. So I just want people to be aware. To me, that's alarming. And so I just think parents should be aware. And again, I know it's something that we can't change because it's law, but I would want to know if I was a parent, so thanks.
Thank you, Ms. Moore.
Thank you. Mr. Vargas.
If being on this board has taught me anything, it's that before I got on, I always used to wonder why people complain so much about an active legislature, and now I understand. It is the constant changing, especially on the education side of the law, is kind of a pain. And add that to the endless unfunded mandates and endless requirements to do various different things. And they always seem to take every good idea to its logical, or no, to its illogical extreme, right? And there's a couple in here that I will poke at. But obviously, SB 848 sounds like a great idea. I'm looking forward to the policy conversation around that we have coming up. AB 772, the cyberbullying off campus, that's one where I have just no idea how we're going to deal with that. That is a huge addition to what we already do. It is incredibly difficult for us when we're dealing with, anything in the online universe. And, we're just, making us in any way, shape, or form responsible for what happens in the online universe is just going to be difficult. So I look forward to those conversations as well, knowing that's going to be a very difficult conversation for us.
There is some language, not to be a fan of legislation, but there is some language with regard to the cyberbullying that provides some protection if you don't take disciplinary action or you're not aware of it. It's when you become aware of it, and there are the impacts.
Yeah, it is a bottomless pit of things that are going on in the online universe that we don't know about.
100%.
So I don't know. We'll see about that one, but that'll be an interesting conversation. The changes to the smartphone policy make sense to me. I think one of the big things on smartphones is really that there is no way for us to be aware of everything that's going on. There's just no way. There's so many apps. There's so many different things. I mean, I'm always shocked at the amount of things that our team knows about. When we get that information, I'm always like, how did you even figure that out? Where were you looking to find that information? And so we very much have our finger on the pulse of a lot of what's going on, but there's just no way to be involved in everything.
No possible way.
And the way that now, so I have been shocked. My younger friends, I didn't do this, but my younger friends, they have on their phones, they have their location information turned on for all of their friends. And so they have all of their friends, they know where they are all the time. And it is so weird to me, like the relationship they have with each other that allows them to do this, and the comfort level they have with each other that allows them to do this. Because I got freaked out when my sister told me her husband had access to her location data all the time. I was like, that feels weird to me. My sister also has no sense of direction, so I understand why she does that. It makes perfect sense for her relationship with her husband, but it's crazy to me. But for kids today, that's totally normal. It's totally normal for them to know each other's location at all times. And so that's something where people, parents need to know that. You need to, because we aren't going to have access to that information, but they're going to have access to that information, and they're going to have access to that information for each other. And so, like you pointed out, that can be very dangerous in an emergency situation. And so that's something where parents, we can't have that conversation with kids. Parents need to have that conversation with their kids. And so the more that parents are having these conversations around smartphone, smartphone safety, the safer everyone's going to be, because there's just some areas that we are not able to get into, and that frankly we don't want to be involved in, because it doesn't deal directly with the education of your kids. And the more you pull us into those areas, the more uncomfortable we're going to be, and I promise you, the more uncomfortable you're going to be and your kids are going to be. So, let's try to all be working on that together. Graduation regalia is one of the ones that got under my skin a little bit, because we as a district had great conversations with our local tribe about 2 or 3 years ago around graduation regalia. And We brought them in and we had long conversations with them as we were developing these policies. And we came to what I think was a really good and very effective understanding with them about what a good policy would look like. And to the extent that they supported our policy when we put it forward. And one of the things that I think was really important in that was that we had a pre-approval process, but it was understood that it was a pre-approval process so that we knew what was coming, not so that we could block things, because I don't think we almost never did. But we needed to know ahead of time, because the last thing we wanted was for a kid to show up with something on graduation day and have us say, no, you can't wear that. And so that was the point of a pre-approval process. And my worry with this new legislation is it sounds good to get rid of a pre-approval process, but what that means is that instead of us having an interactive conversation with students and their parents for 2 months ahead of graduation to find some way for them to cross that stage, they're gonna show up day of, and we're gonna have to tell them no. And that is going to happen. It may not be in our district, it's gonna be somewhere in California, and it's gonna be litigation. And it's entirely avoidable, because we should have had 2 months of that conversation ahead of time. And so I just think like this, the legislation sounds great. It's gonna cause problems, and it's problems that we had avoided as a district prior to this, and that were entirely avoidable had the legislature actually paid attention. I feel like I'm turning into Carmen.
Passion.
Okay, sorry. Whew. So I did want to swing back to Mahmoud and Mirabelli for a really quick second. And Mahmoud, I think the points I want to make here are policy for us, because we are in the process of coming up with policies around both of these issues. And so the things I want to go over are to kind of flag a couple of things, because I know we're going to make changes, and so I know these things are not done, so I know we're going to, this is going to be a long-term process. But what scares me about Mahmoud is not necessarily the ultimate conclusion that we get to around opt-outs. Like, I'm generally fine with opt-outs. A couple of things scare me. One is how broad this is, because you did a really good job, Karen, of giving us the narrow interpretation. But I think, as you and I both know, courts love to latch on to language in Supreme Court opinions and apply it in ever-growing areas. And so I worry that right now what we're talking about is LGBTQ books in elementary school that, give a moral or try to give a normative, as you said, or moral judgment on, LGBTQ families, for example. That's what this case was about. You can see just in the coverage of this that people have said, oh no, this is all LGBTQ things. This is all LGBTQ books. This is all, and you can see that expanding out pretty quickly. And my concern is that it's going to expand beyond that because I think there is an argument based on what the Supreme Court said that we're just talking about religious objections generally, right? That any religious objection could trigger an opt-out. And that's a huge universe of things. And part of what really scares me about that is that suddenly we're in the position of trying to figure out what is a legitimate or valid religious objection. And that is really not something we're qualified to do. That's certainly not something I think any of us on the board are qualified to do. It's certainly not something any of our staff were hired to do. And so that scares me. I think what I have seen, I think the CSBA put out a model opt-out form. I'm sure there are other ones out there. But even when you were talking about what the three factors are, the fact that we are asking people to tell us what is your religious belief and how is that religious belief burdened by what we're doing, that automatically puts us in the position of judging that religious belief. And that's really not what we're here to do. And I think one of the things I remember from my second year of law school was it used to be the case that we balanced the religious freedom rights by saying you're not going to have a lot of opt-out rights, right? When it comes to the law, you have to follow the law, and we'll give you some religious opt-out rights. And in exchange, we're not going to ask for a lot, right? We're going to assume that when you tell us, I have a religious reason for opting out of this, we're going to assume that's valid. And so we'll just let you do that. But as we've expanded the universe of religious opt-out rights, including here, right? My worry, and I think what we're seeing come to pass, is that by expanding that, we are now expanding government's role and our role in trying to judge, okay, what are the legitimate bounds of these religious, beliefs that justify an opt-out, right? Because we don't want to, if we just keep saying if you say, whatever you say goes, right? Then it doesn't matter. Like, you can opt out. You can just say, well, my religious beliefs say I don't have to do that, and my child doesn't have to do that. And so if the universe of those opt-outs is infinite, and the universe of religious beliefs is infinite, then you can opt out of whatever you want. And so I worry that now we're in a place where we're going to start making judgments, and we're going to start telling parents, like they'll give us this form and we'll say, okay, but is that really a reason? And the minute we start doing that, we're in bad territory. And I absolutely don't want us to be in that universe. We should never, ever be evaluating somebody's religious beliefs. Like, that's just not our job. That's not what we should be doing. And I worry that this is putting us on the path to do that. And the other side of my worry around Mahmoud is that we are entering a situation where we are allowing parents to exclude their children from certain parts of education, our education. And yes, they will, our policy is and should remain that we will give them an equivalent opportunity of some kind. So if they're not reading a book on LGBTQ, parents, right, the Penguin book, if they're not reading that, we're going to give them something else to read, right, that is of equal educational value. But they're doing that in a separate space. They're doing that separately from their class. And so one of the things I want us to think about as we're doing this is that exclusion, that separation, even if they're in the same classroom, but they're being told, hey, you have to read something different from your classmates, they're naturally going to ask why. And once we start getting into those conversations, right, that's going to make them feel excluded. That's going to make them feel like they are other. That's going to make them feel like their classmates are getting something that they're not getting, right? There's any number of reasons why that exclusion is dangerous and is not healthy for them. And so as we are thinking about this, I want us to think about, okay, if there is an opt-out, the more opt-outs we do, how are we making sure that that doesn't turn into exclusion? And I feel like the worst scenario, and maybe I'm just being pessimistic here, but the scary scenario is that you're going to get someone, one of our teachers who's going to be having a bad day and is going to get this opt-out and is going to say, like, and is going to be impatient and say, well, your parents told you couldn't do this because of X, Y, and Z, and so you can go sit over there and do it, right? And that's the absolute worst kind of situation that we absolutely don't want to have happen. And so, like, we need to be thoughtful about how we're continuing to include these students, even as they are opting out of certain course materials. So that is the other thing I want to talk about on that one. On Mirabelli, we're having a whole policy conversation on this, so I won't delve into it too deeply because there'll be time to have that discussion. But I think that my issues around the Mirabelli case are not around the first two questions, right, which are, do parents have a right to access certain information? And I think the answer is always yes, right? The legal answer, as far as I know, and you can correct me if I'm wrong, is that if a parent asks us for certain information, particularly around health information, or even if they ask us point blank, right, is my student on a gender support plan or whatever, we have to answer them. Right?
If there's a student record, we have to.
Yeah, and we have to answer them honestly. And I think that there's a very good reason why we do that, which is, one of the most important things for us is that we are not disrupting a family relationship. And that family relationship is whatever the parents decide it gets to be, right? If the parents want it to be want to know all of this information, regardless of how that student feels about it, that's their right. And so it is not our place to tell them no, right? It's not our place to hide information when they ask for it. But there's the second two questions in this are completely different, right? The second two questions relate to the district or a district employee's right to force that information onto families. And that's a very different situation because the vast majority of families with LGBTQ or questioning students have made the affirmative decision to say, maybe my child is queer or somewhere on that spectrum, and I'm going to wait for them to tell me because I think that's the healthiest, most appropriate thing to do. And that is the situation my parents were in. That is the situation the vast majority of parents are in, is they are going to wait. And they might suspect, they might know already, there might be some reason that they think this is the way it is, but they're going to wait because they think that's the most healthy thing. If a teacher or a district employee, for their own reasons, decides to tell the parents, they have violated those parents' rights. They have taken away those parents' ability to control the relationship with their kids. And that can have very serious consequences, even for parents who are supportive, right? Because a parent who is supportive, their kid should be able to talk to them about it. And when you take that right away from their child, that damages the relationship between that child and their parent. And so as we are having this conversation around Mirabelli, I think we're going to need to think about this in terms of, how do we respond to when a parent asks something versus how do we respond when a parent has said, no, I'm going to let my kid run this one and I'm going to wait for that information. Because those are both decisions that parents have made for their families, and it's not our place to interfere with either one. And so as we're doing this, as we're having this conversation, I just want to put that out there as something we need to think about, because this is going to be a very trying policy decision that we have to make in the next year or so. So that is everything I have. So thank you very much. I really appreciate it.
Thank you. And Mr. Yang had one last comment before I make mine and we move on.
Yeah, thank you, Board Chair. I wanted to make a comment about immigration. As a U.S. citizen, taxpayer, and elected official, I have immediate families in Minnesota who lives in St. Paul and Minneapolis. I have sisters, brothers, cousins, uncle, auntie, niece and nephews, whole bunch of friends. And of course, we all have a whole bunch of Americans over there. What's going on over there is scary and injustice, and people are fearful. I speak to my family on a daily basis, and they're telling me, and I recommend to them, to put their citizenship, passport, make sure it's printed out to put on the dashboard or in their car compartments, just in case they get pulled over by ICE agents, so that they have proof to show that they are a U.S. citizen. The reason why I'm saying this is because it's really real. Ms. Bowens spoke a little bit about her personal opinion, and her emotion was truly showed it. And I'm scared for my family over there, the people over there. I'm scared for myself, my wife, my kids, people that looks like me, people that are immigrants, that getting stopped, detained, harassed, just because they look like immigrants. And we are very scared. And I wanted to say this because I want you, as my American colleagues, elected officials, to feel it, that it is so real. I remember living in the refugee camp in Thailand. I don't remember we had to carry our documentations with us. But here in America, for almost 40 years, and now, we feel so scared. So I urge you and encourage you to stand with us in solidarity, to tell other people about our rights and how we're gonna help out each other, especially the most vulnerable community, the most vulnerable students, that they have their rights, and we're gonna do anything in our power to help them, to protect them. With that said, the killing of Renee Good and Alex Purdy, I condemn that. I think that is so unlawful, and I hope that it will stop immediately, because I see video kids that, just got an award from playing soccer and being recorded that, he's soccer teammates who are white. It's making racism comments like, hey, you should go back to your country, where you came from. And, the kids respond, in that video, he was crying. He said, I didn't live anywhere else but in the United States because I was born here. And colleagues, that's what creates discrimination and racism. And what that means is, discrimination and racism is being taught. It's not being born with it. So it really had that domino effect. And I just wanted to say, please, let's work together. Let's condemn this unlawful acts by the people that's supposed to do the right thing by taking out the illegal immigrants that, that don't supposed to be in America. I support that. I support the law. So with that said, I just wanted to say that, I know that we're gonna work together to protect our students in Elk Grove Unified School District and their parents in any way that we can by the law. So thank you.
Thank you. I have a few quick questions. On page 26, when we're talking about adding the crisis line, we're not taking anything away. They're adding, correct?
Adding.
Adding, okay. On 28, when we talk about graduation regalia, you say of cultural and religious significance. Is that?
That's the definition.
That's the definition?
Mm-hmm.
So having a pre-approval process for anything that's not cultural, religious, and how specific are they? Because I think a lighted cap that says UCSD is not cultural or religious personally, but
yeah, if it doesn't fit into that category, then the district still has the ability to have a pre-approval process.
And who defines that category?
We will be working on that through your policy work.
That sounds good. Thank you. And I think the social media things on page 38, it might benefit. We once had a whole presentation on social media, and I don't know if we could pass that out again, if it's still appropriate, or still
updated version.
An updated version. I went home and deleted mine after everything I learned. I'll be honest.
All your social media?
Yeah. Yes. The limits, the how open it has to be, just the process and what people have rights to and what you are restricted to in an elected position is, I think, would be shocking to most people. And so I think from some of the comments tonight, I think it would benefit our board to have some more information on those, please. And that's all I have for that. Again, thank you, board. I think we had a great meeting. I think people asked a lot of good questions, shared a lot of things. I just want to remind us that when we're in our board meetings, we're trying to keep our comments to 5 minutes because they're not workshops. So if we can rein that back in for our next meeting and those thoughts, it'd be great. I need to ask for, are there any blue cards related to the consent agenda, Ms. Ballerina?
Madam President, there are no blue cards related to the consent agenda.
Thank you. So I'd like to call for a motion to approve items 1 and 2 on the consent agenda.
Moved.
Second.
Moved by Mr. Vargas, seconded by Mr. Yang. All those in favor?
Aye.
Those opposed? It is now 2:36. We're going to recess into closed session. So, to address items 1 and 2 on the closed session agenda. Thank you. We ready? The board met in closed session and no action was taken, and I'm now adjourning this meeting at 3:20 p.m. Thank you.